my speech, I'd like to quickly explain again, as first done in my speech at LASU conference in 2018, the symbolic element in our association's logo. The new bold leaves Akoko in Yoruba, Aduruku in Hausa, and Ogirisi in Igbo, placed in the heart of the Nigerian flag in a dominant attractive shade of green, that is the PrAN's color, indicating freshness, is a symbol of fertility. And the Vice Chancellor aptly pointed out during the meeting. Could we just give the Vice Chancellor a round of applause? The well-integrated images are seated in the circular global image. This indicates the niche of a fertile local growth in the global influence, particularly as embraced by the International Pragmatics Association and in projected cooperation with other pragmatics associations. The projection that the group will keep expanding across times is symbolized by the bloated dots, which form a half ring around the global circles. This logo was designed in 2018, but its prophecies are living with us right now. My final word is that, as a group, we should remain professionally focused en route to achieving the best impact in the scholarship of pragmatics and giving our local society a dose of the practical relevance of our discipline. I wish everyone a great moment at this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President, for PrAN's and its links within the International Pragmatics Association. At this time, yesterday I used a metaphor of the masquerades coming in different grades. We are now to move to the chief performer, at least one of the chief performers for today, before the keynote lectures that we'll be receiving first from the United Kingdom and then later from the other country. Well, we will get all those details from Finland. We shall now hear from the mother of the Vice Chancellor, University, the most admirable and respected, Professor Lilian Salami.
Good morning. Before I go on to take my speech for today, I'd like to first of all congratulate the President, the Board of Trustees, and the President for actually choosing the University of Benin. If you look very carefully, it is not in our character to allow all your efforts, as it were, to have a hall that is half filled. But I want to get the attention of the President. Because he made a comment as the accounting officer, the chief accounting officer of this university. Every activity I should give a stewardship or my account of such situation. So I want to actually thank you for spending time in spite of all that we've gone through over since last year, globally and nationally, that you have done very well. The reason why you may not have a filled hall is the fact that this year alone, we're going to run 2 sessions. And so it's difficult to get the students out of burying their heads in their books, because they know that in a very short while there'll be the call for them to give a full account of their session. And so that is one of the reasons. Also, the second one is the fact that majority of the non-teaching staff are on, the strike. They've not comfort. For instance, the seat you're sitting on are normally to our guests. We have better chairs. We have a podium, in fact, a classy one for that matter. But all of that are not accessible or available because they are under lock and key. So once again, I don't want you to dampen the spirit with which you have worked so hard over the year, bringing the Pragmatic Association to University of Benin. Indeed, we have bent backwards to accommodate this happening this time, and that will show the support and the esteem that we hold your association, that we are all here, the principal officers are all here to give you that support. So again, please continue to know that we are with you all the way, and that God bless you for your time, that you have expended energy, doggedness to get this going. So thank you so very much for choosing University of Benin. Like I jokingly said to you this morning, we would hope that when everything is on ground and working the way it should, that we'll come back so that we can spoil you with our hospitality. So thank you so very much. Indeed, it gives me a great pleasure to welcome you to, on behalf of Senate, our students, and our staff of this great institution, UniBest. We are glad to be the host of the 4th International Conference of the Pragmatic Association of Nigeria. Pragmatics, as a field of study, cuts across all disciplines. Because squarely means that every aspect of course on pragmatics. Since all disciplines use language, specifically, it deals with how language is used in communication to make harmony, and how language also could be used to create disharmony in our social interactions with one another. The theme of this conference, Pragmatics and Global Conflicts, is not only intellectually engaging, but also situationally appropriate for our country at this present time. Today in Nigeria, we are confronted with different types of conflicts and ethnic bigotry, character assassination, and many more others. It is our expectation that as you reflect on the theme of this conference, you will discover as an organizing principle in language use and foster harmony in relationships at the interpersonal, organizational, and social levels. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am impressed by the richness of the content of this conference as it stands to benefit undergraduates, postgraduate students, as well as other scholars and researchers. May I, at this juncture, appreciate the keynote speakers and academics, Professor John Carl Pepe from Lancaster University, United Kingdom, and Professor Seward Hart from the University in Finland, who are unable to attend this conference physically as a result of travel restriction occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic. They are linked virtually with this conference. Thank you for your great efforts. Let me also express my appreciation to the plenary speakers, Professor Innocent Chuluwa of Covenant University, Otago State, and Professor E. and our own, one of ours, Ugo, of the University of Benin. The Department of English and Linguistics brainstorm in the next few days. As a brainstorm in the next few days, ladies and gentlemen, I urge you to use this opportunity to connect with one another, network, share research experiences, collaborate, and cause changes that will advance our human guests for excellence and freedom from our social impediments. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening, and I wish you well. And I now declare this conference opened. Thank you.
We are most grateful to Madam Vice Chancellor for those very opening as being friendly. See, it's meant for. We are most grateful. Madam Vice Chancellor, we are language engineers. We play with language. Mr. President, she has told you that you should find time to come again and experience the hospitality University of Benin and Benin City are known for. But I dare tell you that when you come, it may not just be hospitality you will receive. You may receive both hospitality and maternity. While we are seated, while our comment was going on, one of the fathers of the department has come in. One of the fathers of the Department of English and Literature. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Professor Tony Afijuku, seated with us here. We are most grateful to you for your fatherly support to the department and to the association, sir. You are welcome. We are now going to one of the major highlights of today, and that is the first keynote lecture to be delivered by Professor Jonathan Kulpepe. If you look at the program, we have the presentation of the PrAN's e-books, but we are skipping that to some other time later in the day so that we can take this lecture. Because it is a virtual as well as a physical lecture, other participants are already online, and in keeping to the timing on the program, we want to take off with that particular item on the program. Professor Jonathan Kulpepe is at Lancaster University, the United Kingdom. But to introduce him is one of the admirable lecturers in the Department of English and Literature, well, she also shares a first name with the Vice Chancellor. And I also see that there is another person that also shares the same first name with the Vice Chancellor. I have just retired from making babies. Otherwise, I would have also given birth to another girl so that I would have also given this first name. Maybe if the Vice Chancellor so permits me, I can come back from retirement. Because even if I am retired, I am not tired making babies, so that I can also name that child Lillian. And so, please welcome Mrs. Lee FOP to introduce Professor Jonathan Kulpepe.
Thank you very much. Citation on Jonathan Kulpepe. Jonathan Kulpepe is a professor of English language and linguistics in the Department of Linguistics and English Language at Lancaster University, UK, where he has been based for more than 30 years. His research covers pragmatics, stylistics, and the history of English. He has authored 16 books and over 100 papers. His major publications include Language and the Characterization in Play and Other Texts, 2001. Early Modern English Dialogues, Spoken Interaction as Writing, 2010, co-authored with Mejakito. Impoliteness, Using Language to Cause Offense, 2011. And Pragmatics and the English Language, 2014, with Michael Howe. More recently, in 2017, he produced the Palgrave Handbook of Linguistics Politeness and Second Language Pragmatics from Theory to Research, 2018, co-authored with Alison Maki and Naoko Taguchi, a book which was a finalist for this year's AAAL Book Awards. He was the lead editor of English Language, Description, Variation, and Context, 2018, a huge book that has been adopted in many universities around the world. In 2006, he was awarded a prestigious 3-year ESRC UK fellowship to study linguistic impoliteness, the area for which he is best known. Between 2014, he was co-editor-in-chief of the Journal of Pragmatics, a leading journal of linguistics. He is currently the £1 million AHRC funded. He's currently leading the £1 million AHRC funded Encyclopedia of Shakespeare's Language project, which will provide evidence-based and contextualized account of Shakespeare's language. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome Jonathan Culpeper. Thank you.
Thank you, Lillian number 2. I also see Lillian number 3 on the program. And if there is shall I give Lillian number 5 in advance to my baby that I shall produce when I return from retirement? No. Nigeria has the ambition of being the 4th largest nation on earth. And I think I am contemplating contributing my quota to meet that ambition.
It's not there.
We have our keynote speakers today, but tomorrow we shall have other plenary speakers.
Of International Conference of the Pragmatics Association of Nigeria. It's of the Association of Nigeria.
Madam Vice Chancellor, we are most grateful to you for honoring us with your presence, with your esteemed presence, and as you go about other activities, present activities for the day, we pray that God will continue to guide you as even as you continue to be our mother, both a mother to PrAN and to the University of Benin. We are now set to proceed to the lecture proper, the keynote lecture proper. But may I also recognize the presence of one of the other plenary speakers at this conference. It will be coming tomorrow. One of them is our own Professor Esther Ugu, where the first of the plenary sessions, lectures tomorrow will be given by Professor Innocent Chilua. Professor Chilua, you are most welcome and recognized, sir. Thank you, sir. Then there was a lecture we were supposed to take yesterday as part of the pre-conference symposium, but we could not take it because nature decided to get envious of pragmatics by bringing a rainstorm. But it went beyond being a rainstorm. It was a combination of a rainstorm, a tempest, a hurricane, and even a cyclone. And so if you went around the university this morning, you would see that trees were uprooted, roofs were dethroned from their high plains, and a lot happened. One of those lectures is the one that was to be delivered by Dr. Chinwe Ezefeka, entitled Lexical Pragmatics and the English Language in Nigeria. That lecture will also come up tomorrow as part of the plenary lectures. We are now ready to proceed with the first keynote lecture to be delivered by Professor Jonathan Culpeper. And the lecture is entitled
And over the next little bit less than an hour, I'm going to be talking to you about one of my favorite topics, impoliteness. But before I do that, I would like to thank the Pragmatics Association of Nigeria, and in particular the organizers of the 4th conference, for giving me this opportunity to speak with you. What I'm going to do is to go through some slides, PowerPoint presentation, and so just bear with me for a few seconds while I pull those up. Okay, so hopefully you can see now my first slide, which is impoliteness, a survey as the title. This is a topic I've been researching for 30 years. It's not the only topic I'm interested in, but it's probably the strongest one. It's also particularly relevant to the theme of the 4th International Conference of the Pragmatics Association of Nigeria, which is Pragmatics and Glocal conflicts. I'm not going to talk about the Glocal side of things, but I certainly am going to talk about conflict because impoliteness implies conflict in interaction. My aim here is to give you an overview of some of my thinking over the years. So as a preliminary, I should add a subtitle and say that most of my work focuses on British impoliteness. And so we cannot assume that everything I say today will apply automatically to impoliteness in other cultures. I suspect that much of it would apply, but it's an empirical question that has not yet been answered as to whether it really does. Start by taking a broad view and think about the popularity of the term politeness, first of all. And in a minute we will look at impoliteness. What is the popularity of that term in academic work? And so what I did is use the search engine Scopus to search journal articles and instances of the word politeness in the titles, abstracts, keywords. These are articles between 1970 and 2015. You can see the dates along the bottom of the graph there. What you can see is that not much is happening in the early years, hardly anything in the 1970s. There are little things going on in the 1980s, and of course, 1978, the first edition of Brown Lenson was published, and the second edition almost 10 years, around 10 years later. And then it really begins to take off in the 1990s, slowly though, and it's not until we get to the 2000s, and in particular, I'd say around 2005, that you can see it really accelerates in terms of popularity as a topic. Let's compare that with the term impoliteness. Impoliteness has a different trajectory. The dates at the bottom, we can see I put them from 1975 through to 2015. And very little is going on for a long time. So it starts much later than politeness. And I've always thought of 2008 as a key point when it begins to accelerate. There's a little spike before then, but it's all a bit up and down. So roughly, it's really the last 10, 15 years when the topic of impoliteness has accelerated and become quite widely studied in academia. Not just pragmatics, mostly in pragmatics-related subjects, but in other subject areas too. So that gives you a sense of the trajectory of politeness and impoliteness studies in academia. What I want to do now is to open the topic of impoliteness with an example. that is quite old, but it's always been important to me because it was this example that inspired me to work on impoliteness. And I remember in the very late 1980s, I saw this documentary, and at the time I thought, well, how in the world does one analyze that? Certainly not with a politeness framework, and just wouldn't work. And really this inspired me to think about ways of analyzing this kind of data. Fortunately, in those times, another issue with regard to analyzing TV data is it was often difficult to recall and get hold of. But fortunately, my younger sister had actually recorded this particular program for some reason, so I had access to the data, so I was able to analyze it. Of course, these days with YouTube and so forth and the recording mechanism, it's easy, relatively easy. So I'll play a bit of it, and then I'll talk about some aspects of the interaction as far as they relate to impoliteness. Perhaps I should say something about the context. This is a so-called fly-on-the-wall documentary. It takes place in an North American Army training camp, and the person there with glasses is the recruit, Private Alvis. The Sergeant Major is on the right, and there are two other Sergeant Majors in the room, another man and a woman. And essentially what's happened is Private Alvis was doing something wrong, not trying hard enough, and so as punishment she was ordered to dig a hole. She dug what I thought was a huge hole, impressive, but she then refused to do any more, and so now they have got her into the office and they're giving her a so-called dressing down, or whatever you want to call it, telling her off for insubordination. It's really the worst thing you can do in the army is refuse to carry out an order. And so this goes on for about 15 minutes. I'm not going to play all of it, just to give you the flavor of it. Here we are.
Yeah, that's like another one of my squad leaders. Any way you can, man. Don't bullshit me now, Ivor. You wanna jump? You wanna jump on something? Jump on there!
Who said that?
Shut up, Private. You're the one that's running your little mouth again. You're the one intimidating from my squad leader.
I didn't start you.
Tell those goddamn lies somebody that believes your ass, Private. You've already been proven to be a damn habitual liar. Time you open your mouth, as a lie comes out of it. I'm so sick and tired of your ass televisions. Tomorrow, if you left tonight, it wouldn't be soon enough.
That gives you the flavour. Remember, this goes on for 15 minutes and they take it in turns. So let's look at what actually happens. I haven't illustrated all of that in the clip, but this is what happens over the 15 minutes. You can look at this in terms of turn-taking. And we saw a little bit of that in the clip. She is consistently denied the conversational floor. He controls it. Sometimes he will ask her a question, and she starts to speak, and then she gets interrupted immediately. I call this false turn allocation, where he says something and you think it's an offer. He's allocating her a turn. She begins to speak and then she's interrupted. It's not really an opportunity for her to speak. It's almost like an opportunity for him to do a further interruption. So it's a kind of false turn allocation, quite common in impolite interactions. Obviously, the importance of turn-taking here is essentially to be impolite to someone requires the conversational floor. That's probably why he controls it. If she's going to defend herself, she needs to have the conversational floor, so she can't even do that. Prosody, I'm not going to say a lot about this here, but I do come back to it later in the presentation. The sound of your voice can be really important in terms of conveying impoliteness, and particularly the use of inappropriate prosodic extremes. What we have quite clearly in the video is an alternation between kind of whispering and then shouting. sometimes he has this very low, growly tone, sometimes whispering, and it gets very close to her, breaking all sorts of sense and norms of distance, gets really close to her ear, and then he switches into shouting. And this kind of alternation is a way of intimidating someone. We have lots of insults. There are lots of negative assertions of the kind, you're a hopeless case, you're despicable, whatever it is. Negative attributions, they attribute things to her that are bad and not true. They use lots of taboo words, bullshit, damn, arse, damn, goddamn, and hell no. Actually, these are quite mild. Generally speaking, in survey have been done of taboo words, they're not at the top end. However, and of course, I think the function of these taboo words is to convey their anger, the fact that they're fed up, the fact that not just that she is responsible for their anger. It's her, she's the problem. And it's important to remember here that if one said these kinds of words with your friends in a very informal situation, in a bar or something like that, someone might just say, oh, they're just joking, having fun or something like that. But it's clearly not that context here. They're part of their mechanism to exacerbate and intensify the impoliteness. They talk about her in the third person. A little bit later than the clip you saw, they start saying things like, I think she's nuts, so I think she's crazy, to the other, amongst themselves. But obviously she can hear, and that's the point. She is still the target, and it's one way in which you can be impolite to someone. You talk about them as if they're not there, but they are in fact the target of something negative. They belittle her. It's a very frequent strategy, and in particular in this data, they use the word little, and they talk about her little mouth, little act, little arse, little body. It's all to reduce someone, make them seem very small. Actually look at the word little more generally, and I would say it's a common feature of many impoliteness discourses. They do sarcasm, or what I think of as mock impoliteness. Let's look at some examples. You really impress people and that sounds like a complimentary thing coming along. So that sounds like politeness, but then we have your little act. And remember, I've just said that the word little is often used to demean, to belittle people. So actually you now have a mix, and you realize that it's not really being a compliment, it's sarcastic. Really means you don't impress people. Look at the next example. Do me a favor. That's a very polite way of asking for something. So it's politeness, and then something horrible comes along, don't have any children, and so we know actually do me a favor is not genuine politeness, it's sarcasm, it's mock politeness. There are patterns in what they do, so it's not just the individual utterances, there's patterning that is important, particularly the role in this discourse of elaboration. You're nuts, and that goes to you're nuttier than a fruitcake, Elvis, or disgrace to the uniform, that's what you're, Elvis. A disgrace to be wearing a uniform, that's what you're wearing in private. Nothing but a disgrace to that uniform. So there's sort of extension, reiteration of particular points to reinforce them. They also do reformulation, where you take a particular utterance and reformulate it. It's making the same basic point, but in different terms. You haven't functioned as a human being. I doubt since you were about 13, you stopped being a member of the human race. And the bits in square brackets, they're more or less the same. It's being reformulated and thrown at her yet again. So these are some common features that you get in politeness discourses. Let's step back a moment and consider what exactly impoliteness is. It's not failed politeness politeness. When I started working on this in the very early 1990s, some people would say, well, it's just when you're trying to be polite, you don't quite do it. It's clearly not that. They are intending to hurt her through their words. Another thing people told me at the very beginning is that you could put it all under Brown Levison's category of bald on record politeness when you do things very directly. Actually, some of these things are not that direct. That those sort of needless repetitions, that's more like flouting the maxim of manner. So it's certainly not direct. It just doesn't fit. And note that Brown Levison intended that category of bald on record politeness, not impoliteness. And I think we'd all agree that what you've just seen in the clip is impoliteness, not politeness. So how about a definition? Here we go. Language or behaviors which are negatively evaluated in a particular context. They are negatively evaluated because they attack somebody's identity or rights, and they cause specific emotional reactions, typically hurt or anger. Just a few more words about rights or language, but negatively evaluated in a particular context. Okay, what we're saying here. The difference between identity and rights. Feel hurt. Here's an example of identity, offense involving identity with the emotional reaction. Really, the question you can ask yourself to establish whether this is identity tag is involved: does the behavior counter positive values claimed by this individual specifically? And the positive values could be whatever they have. I don't know. Being beautiful, being intelligent, being competent, telling the truth, whatever. And I'm saying that the emotional reaction when that is attacked tends to be hurt. Here's an example from a collection I have of British English data from undergraduate students. I gave them a report form and said, when you experience a conversation that makes you feel bad, record what it is, write it down, and then I got them to answer a few questions about it. And so this is informant 2, who writes, I walked into my male flatmate's room just before going out, presumably going out to party or dinner or whatever. Matt says, you're not going out in that, are you? Implicating that she looks terrible. And me, embarrassingly, yeah, shut up you, in a joke-like way. Now, she actually indicates in her report embarrassment, and embarrassment is closely related to hurt. Let's look at an example involving rights, not identity so much, but rights. And the question here is, does the behavior involve someone being exploited, disadvantaged, denied access, or imposed upon? And if that happens, your rights are being violated and you feel angry. Here's another example from informant 50, who recounts a conversation that took place at a bar. Me. Can I have a glass of tap water, please? Staff behind the bar. No, it's not my job to walk up and down getting you pints of water. The typo presumably is me. But it's illegal not to serve water when you work behind the bar. That's actually technically true in the UK, I think. Staff. Says who? You don't pay my wages to walk and get you a lot of water. Me. I just want tap water, please. staff, I'm not fucking doing it. You want a drink, you pay for one. You can get tap water from the ladies' toilet, leaves. So here the person is angry, and later in the report she actually mentions that about the fact that she couldn't get a glass of water from the bar person. And as I say, in the British context, that should be possible. So she feels it's her right to do that, and it's denied, violated, and that's why she feels angry. I'll give you a more common example. Waiting in a queue is a common cultural thing in Britain, and people who jump queues are considered to be violating rights. We all have to wait our turn, is the idea. You violate the rights, and people get very angry about that. So this is different from an identity attack. And those two things, identity and rights, these are the key things that tend to be involved in politeness. Let's turn to another issue. Does impoliteness have to be intentional for it to account as impoliteness? Now, the reason why we might be looking at this is because the whole idea of intention can help us distinguish cases which are accidental. You may have accidentally offended someone. You didn't intend to do it. And some people would say, I think with justification, that these are not the same as when you are trying to genuinely impolite. You intend to hurt someone, you intend to violate their rights. It's rather different. So that's why people have been talking about intentionality in relation to impoliteness, so they can exclude accidental cases. Indeed, here's Bousford in 2008, and I've highlighted the terms here, which in his definition of impoliteness is very clear that he ties the notion of impoliteness to being intentional. Impoliteness constitutes the communication of intentionally gratuitous and conflicted verbal face-threatening acts which are purposefully delivered, unmitigated, and or with deliberate aggression. It's all intentional stuff. I was doing a similar thing back in 2005, slightly different in the way I organise things, but here we go. Impoliteness comes about when, one, the speaker communicates face attack intentionally, or, I do allow for an or here, two, the hearer perceives behaviour as intentionally face attacking, or a combination of one or two. Now, the hearer perceives, what I allow for here is not just that the speaker has the intention to do it, but it could be that the hearer simply thinks that the speaker is intending to do it. I allow for the hearer's perspective here as well. Is it actually true that impoliteness has to be intentional for it to count as impoliteness? Studies in social psychology have certainly shown that aggressive behaviours that are considered intentional are more likely to be perceived as severe and get stronger responses. There's a lot of evidence for that. Even outside academic work, there's lots of informal evidence that intentionality is a key factor in impoliteness. Here's something I found on a blog. A says, yes, my best friend, anyway, he kept talking about her when I was there with him. It was kind of rude, so it's been perceived as impolite. And then B says, perhaps he didn't mean it that way. And mean here really has a sense of intent, and B is suggesting that maybe if he didn't intend it, then it's not really rude, it's not really impolite. So you can see that the evaluation of impoliteness has intentionality somewhere at the heart of it. But does it really, is it a necessary condition? Does it actually need to be at the heart of it? That's the issue. And as I was working on the topic of impoliteness, I kept coming across examples where people understood it as impolite, even described it as impolite, but it clearly was not intentional. Let's have a look at another example from one of my informants, illustrating the point I've just made. Went to meet a friend who I hadn't seen for a long time. The first thing he said was, "You've got more curves than you used to have. Have you put some weight on?" you've got a right J-Lo bum now, implying I was now fat. I replied by saying, thanks, sarcastically. Now, J-Lo is Jennifer Lopez, pop singer, who's quite renowned for the size of her, well, how can I put it, bum. I think clearly this person is not taking this as a compliment, but as a kind of insult, being fat. And I know this because the informant added further comments about how she felt. I felt very self-conscious and ugly. I felt hurt. There's our key emotion coming in there. It's attacking her identity. She wants to be perceived in a certain way physically, with hurt. That he had pointed it out to me in the way he did do. I felt embarrassed, another key emotion relating to hurt and fat. Because no one has ever said it to me before. I took it as a huge insult, and he wasn't joking when he said it to me. So it's not a joke, and that's important for intentionality. Jokes are often cases where it's not intended to actually hurt you if you're teasing or bantering or something. And then she also said he wasn't malicious. So this doesn't sound as if it was intentional then. Moreover, I asked informants to do rating scales about how severe, how grave the offence was. So one, it's a 5-point scale. So 4 means quite hurtful, quite severe. It's 4 on the scale of gravity offence. But in terms of intentionality, only 1, meaning it really wasn't intentional. So this is a case where it's perceived as offensive. It's perceived as an insult, it's hurtful, has the emotional reaction there, but it's not perceived as intentional. And that's the key point. There have been other studies that found similar things, where impoliteness has taken place, but without that thing of intentionality there. So what's going on? How do we square all this? Is it, earlier on, the early definitions of impoliteness, it was that all cases of genuine impoliteness have to have that intentionality thing going on. But here we're seeing evidence where you can still take something as offensive and even describe it as impolite or rude, and yet it's not intentional. I think the way to do it, think of it, is to go back to the notion of intentions and intentionality and think about what we really mean. I'm referring to Male and Kanobe here, 1998, who usefully break down the notion of intentionality. And they say that awareness is a necessary condition for the attribution of intentionality. So maybe the offenders, like the boyfriend who was saying that she looked fat, maybe the offenders are not aware of what they are doing. But the target, the person who got offended, thinks that they should have been aware of what they were doing. So the issue here really, in my view, is foreseeability. They should have known better. They should have foreseen the hurtful effects of their comments. And there is some research on this kind of thing. For example, Ferguson and Rule say that failure to avoid an action, which though unintentional, resulted in harmful effects, and effects which should, in the view of the target, have been foreseen, tended in their study to result in judgments of moral culpability. So they're blamed for this stuff. They know that it wasn't intentional, but they think they should have known better. They should have foreseen that it would be an upsetting thing to say. And that's why it's still deemed to be offensive and described as impolite and rude. Incidentally, another feature of my study is that these judgments tend to occur in contexts where the people involved knew each other quite well. And in the example we just saw with the jello bum, it was between a girlfriend and a boyfriend. And clearly the girlfriend thinks that they know each other well, close social distance, and she thinks that he should have known better in that relationship. So social distance probably has an effect here. You do these kinds of, you blame people for not foreseeing the negative effects, particularly when you're in a close relationship and you think that they should have known better in that kind of relationship. So how does impoliteness differ from politeness? Some differences are really obvious. They have different meta-language. We use different words to describe them. Polite, courteous versus impolite, rude. Very obvious. I'm not going to be talking about that. We could investigate that further, but I'm going to go for the other thing too here. They're associated with different emotions. I'll say a little bit about that. And they have different conventionalized formulae. I want to say something about that. So let's look at emotions and politeness first. Blifich says this in 2010. We tend to associate impoliteness, but not necessarily politeness, with true emotions. Impoliteness is very closely associated with emotions. That's when you get emotionally upset. Politeness happens so frequently in society, you barely notice it when someone says something that you would take as, in fact, of course, if someone is overly polite, you would notice that. But the connection between politeness and emotion is less strong than with impoliteness. What are the true emotions of impoliteness? In fact, we've already been talking about these, but let me tell you about a study I did, and again, it's based on reports I collected for British undergraduates. I actually collected them for other cultures too, but I'm just telling you about what the British undergraduates came up with. And in their descriptions of the conversations where they got offended, I collected up all of the labels, the words they had used to describe the emotions that they felt or the upset. And I grouped them into emotion categories. The big one is what the emotion scholars would label sadness, but it includes things like embarrassment. I'm just giving the words in italics are the actual ones that the undergraduates used. They said they felt embarrassed, humiliated, hurt. Hurt is the key one really here. But they're all related emotions, and they're all part of what emotion scholars call sadness. 62% the events involve that kind of emotion. And then we have our other emotion, which I've been talking about earlier, the anger emotion, which includes words like angry, annoyed, and other ones. And that's 18%, roughly speaking. And then there's some other minor categories involved. But those are the big ones, really. Sadness, with the identity attacks, and then anger with the violations of rights. Those are the big ones. So now let's tie it in with some language and look at the linguistic formulae used for impoliteness. Impoliteness has its own set of conventionalized impoliteness formulae, just as politeness has its own set as well. Politeness formulae have been particularly studied recently by people like Marina Turkarafi, and to an extent she inspired my own work. As you can see there. Now, Turkarafi defines conventionalization. It doesn't mean for the entire language it's totally conventional. What she's talking about is conventionalization for a particular context of use. A relationship holding between utterances and a context which is a correlate with the statistical frequency with which an expression is used in one's experience of a particular context. What this is saying basically is that certain words and phrases tend to occur more frequently in particular contexts as opposed to other contexts. So when you buy a train ticket, there's a particular set of phrases that tend to get repeated a lot in that context. Please, could I have a ticket to London? Particular case, something like that. Note the word please. It's one of those things that is regularly uttered in asking for a rail ticket in that kind of context. So that's really what she's talking about. Certain phrases tend to occur in politeness context regularly, and then they pick up the sort of colouring, if you like, of politeness. It's almost like being tagged for politeness. One small problem, and this is a difference between politeness and impoliteness, is that it's easy, as Turkarafi did, to get data and find what people are typically saying when they're being polite in politeness contexts. That's relatively easy. You can use a corpus, large bank of electronic data collected from wherever, from texts, from spoken conversation, and work out what are the frequent things that people say when they're being polite. But actually, the thing about impoliteness is this: yes, it does exist quite a bit, but people often talk about it more than it actually happens. So let's give you an example. In my daily life, fortunately, there's more politeness than impoliteness. I occasionally hear it. If anyone is impolite to me, it would be quite marked. It would be quite shocking. I'd probably come home and tell my wife about it and talk about it. So actually there would be more language spent talking about it, because it's shocking and relatively unusual, than in actually doing it. Obviously this is context specific. There are some particular contexts, like in the army actually, where quite a lot of impoliteness happens. But for most people generally, there's more politeness, which helps the society function. There's more of that than there is of impoliteness. So we just have to bear this in mind when we're talking about the frequency of impoliteness. So I'll just briefly tell you about a method I used to derive the answer to the question, what are the impoliteness formulae actually being used? I made a list. I collected up all my data. I've been collecting it for 20 years or something when I did this. I had lots of stuff. And so I worked out what the candidates are likely to be, what the particular structures are, and then I checked them in a 2 billion word corpus of English, the Oxford English corpus, and I considered anything conventionalized for impoliteness if it occurred, if that was true of at least 50% of the particular hits of the examples. This is what I found. I've got a next few slides that telling you about the particular structures that tend to do impoliteness. Insults, well, I found 4 different variants. I haven't got a lot of time, so I can't spend too long talking about each one, but the most common is the first one, personalized negative vocatives. You, then some kind of modifier, dirty, blah, blah, and then the head noun, moron, plonker, some kind of... What I've done here is these are all words from examples in my data, and I've put them together to form a kind of prototypical structure that you get for personalized negative vocatives, and you can have you at the end. So you could have something like, you rotten moron, you, with lots of finger wagging at the same time. These are very common. You can have negative assertions. You are maybe some kind of intensifier, so such a shit, or something like that, and so on. I won't go through all the other ones. They are listed in my 2011 impoliteness book. You get the general idea. Other categories in brief, just very quickly, and again you can find those in my 2011 book. This is absolutely extraordinarily, unspeakably bad, rubbish crap. When you're criticizing someone in a very strong way, that's a point of criticism or complaint. Unpalatable questions or presuppositions, why do you make my life impossible? Kind of rhetorical question, asserting that you are making my life impossible. Condescensions, that's being babyish, childish. Message enforcers, listen here, as a kind of preface. Dismissals, get lost. Silences, shut your mouth, something like that. Your stinking mouth, it can be modified. Threats, kind of first person, I'm the future after gonna, and then what is going to happen. Smash your face in, whatever it is. And then the if clause, if you don't or do, touch my car, give it to me, whatever it is. Negative expressives, go hang yourself, etc. These are the common linguistic formulae for impoliteness. Okay, let's have a quick look at some of these in action. I might go a little bit fast on my analysis of this, but you get the flavor of these things in action in a video that was made by the actor Robert De Niro, who's talking about Donald Trump just in 2016, just before he got elected.
I mean, so blatantly stupid. He's a punk, he's a dog, he's a pig, he's a con, a artist, a mutt who doesn't know what he's talking about, doesn't do his homework, doesn't care, thinks he's gaming society, doesn't pay his taxes. He's an idiot. Colin Powell said at best, he's a national disaster. He's an embarrassment to this country. It makes me so angry that this country has gotten to this point, that this fool, this bozo, has wound up where he has. He talks how he wants to punch people in the face. Punch him in the face. This is somebody that we want for president? I don't think so. What I care about is the direction of this country. What I'm very, very worried about is that it might go in the wrong direction. Someone like Donald Trump. If you care about your future, vote for it.
Okay, so I haven't got time to go through the analysis, but there's lots of insults. He's blatantly stupid, a dog, etc., doesn't care, etc. He's an idiot. Negative references. This bozo, this fool. Curses and ill wishes. I'd like to punch him in the face. It's not all in the formulae. There are implicational things here going on. This is somebody we'd like to have as a president. It doesn't say he's bad, but it implies that he's appalling through the maximum equality, I think. A maximum manner, I'm very, very worried about going in the wrong direction with someone. So it's implying bad things about him. Note the patterning you get going on here, the repetition, all that comes up, the prosody, he's using his voice to reinforce things, all of that coming together. Measured prosody, it's so important to take that on board. So regarding the tone of voice, have a look at this. This comes from my daughters, and I use it with their permission when they were much younger. This is about 15 years ago. And one says to the other, do you know anything about yo-yos? And the other one says, that's mean. So B has interpreted A's utterance as mean, as implied, because she didn't say it as in the way I've just done there. She said something like, do you know anything about yo-yos? And with that stress there on anything, it's you know, you're so stupid, you know nothing about yo-yos. And that's why it's interpreted as mean. And all that is not in the words, that's in the voice. The quiz show here in the UK, and what goes on in this, it's being franchised all over the world. I don't know whether it made it to Nigeria, but there are lots of TV shows, in fact, pop shows, singing shows, where the host is actually quite rude to the contestants. And this was the first quiz show, which isn't a real quiz show as such, but they do answer questions, but it's all about the host, Anne Robinson, who is actually being rude to the contestants about their mistakes and the way they don't answer the questions. And in particular, what she wants to do is establish who is the worst contestant, who made the most mistakes, and that person is the weakest link and they have to leave the show. What she says when they have been established as the weak one, she says, you are the weakest link, goodbye. And she says it like this. You are the weakest link, goodbye. I'll play it again. Weakest link, goodbye. Once more. You are the weakest link, goodbye. You are the weakest link, goodbye. So it's not, you are the weakest link, goodbye. It's not like that. There's something going on with the tone of her voice. So there are two tone units here, but I won't just describe them now. I'll go straight to the plot. You can see the words at the bottom. You are the weakest link, and then goodbye. So there's a small gap. And what's interesting, the first bit is the stress on R. You are. We now know, we always suspected you were. So that's intensifying that statement, that implied statement about your capabilities. And that's a kind of insult. But the really interesting thing is the word goodbye, because on the surface, goodbye is polite, a nice thing to do, but not if you say it like this. Goodbye, goodbye. It has a very high start. If you look at the line in the middle row there, you can see it starts up very high in terms of pitch and drops very quickly. Goodbye. And that's how you do a dismissive goodbye. You don't care about the person. It's not goodbye. It's not that kind of intonation. You start high and drop quickly, and that's how you do a dismissive kind of goodbye, and that's exactly what she does. Maybe I'll skip this example and just go to the next one. She's talking to the contestants and being rude to them, and there's one of the contestants is called Sean, and AR and Romson asks him what his job is, and he says he puts traffic cones in the road. Let's listen to what is actually said.
Put traffic cones in the road.
You don't.
I don't.
Well, what an interesting person you turned out to be.
Now, if you'd said, well, I work for NASA and I go to the moon on rockets, that might be an interesting job, and then you'd say you don't. But if your job is to put cones on the road, it's a boring job. So saying you don't is the wrong kind of intonation there. It's expressing amazement, but actually it's a boring job. So it's sarcastic prosody going on here. And when we get to what an interesting person you turn out to be, it's not really that at all. She's not saying he's interesting because her intonation is the intonation of boredom. It's not true at all. So you don't. It's false prosody. It's false amazement and interest. It's not true. And with what an interesting person you turn out to be, she sounds bored. And that's what it is when you're sounding bored. Well, what an interesting person. So saying you don't is the wrong kind of voice. So there are two tone units here. I won't just describe them now. I'll go straight to the plot. You can see the words at the bottom. You are the weakest. You start high and drop quickly, and that's how you do a dismissive kind of goodbye, and that's exactly what she does. I'll skip this example and just go to the next one. She's talking to the contestants and being rude to them, And there's one of the contestants is called Sean, and AR and Romson asks him what his job is, and he says he puts traffic cones in the road. Let's listen to what is actually said.
Traffic cones in the road.
You don't.
I don't.
Well, what an interesting person you turned out to be.
Now, if you'd said, well, I work for NASA and I go to the moon on rockets, that might be an interesting job, and then you'd say you don't. But if your job is to put cones on the road, it's a boring job. So saying you don't is the wrong kind of intonation there. It's expressing amazement, but actually we all know it's a boring job. So it's sarcastic prosody going on here. And when we get to what an interesting person you turn out to be, it's not really that at all. She's not saying he's interesting because her intonation is the intonation of boredom. It's not true at all. So you don't. It's false prosody. It's false amazement and interest. It's not true. And with what an interesting person you turn out to be, she sounds bored. And that's what it is when you're sounding bored. Well, what an interesting person you turned out to be. It's like a staircase going down. It's not high. It's not going up and down. It's just gradually going down. You make it sound as if you're falling asleep. And so she's saying he's interesting, but the prosody is saying he's boring. So it's actually quite clever the way it's working. Okay, in the final 2 or 3 minutes, I'm just going to introduce you to what people do after one is impolite. And I worked out a bunch of response options in 2003. If someone is impolite, they do an impoliteness act, you can either respond or you don't respond. So a lot of people decide to do nothing, and that's sort of in the hope that it doesn't escalate the conflict. If you respond, you can counter, say something back, or you can accept it. So for example, says, you're a moron, you're stupid. You accept, and this does happen, has occasionally happened in my data, people can say, yes, you're right. Yeah, I'm a bit stupid. So you can accept it. But more frequently, the most frequent response is counter. You come back and you say, no, I'm not a moron. Now, if you say, no, I'm not a moron, you're defending yourself. You say, no, I'm not a moron, I've got a PhD from Lancaster University, I'm not a moron. That's a defensive counter, but even more frequent than that is the offensive counter, and that would be something like, someone says, you're a moron, you say, no, you're a moron. Or even worse. And that's an offensive counter. That's the most frequent one coming back. All the other ones exist. You get all these sorts of tit-for-tat impoliteness patterns happening. Get lost, you dirty dog. So you're coming back, countering with impoliteness or oppositions. Because he treats her like a whore. Excuse me, he treats me like a whore. Yes, he does. No, he does not. Yes, he does. He does not. No. It's almost like children. These are adults speaking. It sounds like children, but these are oppositions or counters that are coming back. We can have escalation. We've already mentioned that. And here's a further example where it's getting escalated over each turn. Things can become really complex, and I've just got time to play you this little clip. I won't say too much about it. This takes place after a car. Some traffic wardens have clamped a car and towed it away to the police station, and the car owners who you see in the middle of the screen, these people have decided to come and collect their car, and they talk to the traffic warden who has clamped their car. Let's hear what they say.
Touch my Jack and all. Yeah. Still a bit anyway. Hey, it'd fit in your mouth quite easily, really, wouldn't it, eh?
So not nice things we said. It's very difficult to hear, and it's actually really difficult to transcribe. I haven't got time to go through this in detail, but what I want to concentrate on is you do get some patterns of these counter impoliteness things, oppositions, where you have, yeah, yeah, this sort of thing coming back, throwing it backwards was like a tennis match. But the really interesting thing is that the car owner, who is S1, tends to use impliedness formulae, insults and threats. Touch my fucking new car and I'll bust your fucking head. This is a straightforward threat. Or you fucking shit, just a straightforward insult. Or you've got a fat belly, an insult. But S2, who is the traffic warden, the clamper, is actually quite sophisticated in what he does. So, you fucking shit, full of it, aren't you? Meaning it picks up on the idea of shit, and he doesn't come back with the same thing and say, no, you fucking shit. What he says is full of it, you are full of shit, you're talking rubbish. And then you've got a fat belly, insult, but then what he does, he says, it'll fit in your mouth quite easily, implying that the person who's just said that has a really big mouth. They're talking a lot of nonsense. So very clever in the way that is being dealt with. Okay, so I must finish now. So just a quick concluding remarks. What I've done, I've listed in these slides, are areas that have developed recently with impliedness. I have not covered all of them. I've certainly talked about the notion of impliedness. I've talked about the notion of intention. I've talked about formulae, not so much about strategies. I've talked about conventionalization. I haven't mentioned much to do with directness, but that's another area that one could research. And social relationships with concepts like power. I haven't said much about that. That's a further area that could be explored. So dealt with prosody, and I've shown you some aspects of interaction. I haven't said much about methods. We must account for non-verbal stuff. That's partly one of the reasons I show you videos, because you can see stuff going on non-verbally. I've used corpora, and I've mentioned some of that, to do things like find the regular linguistic forms. We could use other experimental techniques to test people's perception of impliedness. And there are many applications. I'm not going to go into all of these now. We get a sense of some of the applications. I've worked on hate crime. That's an important one. But impliedness appears in political discourse. Trump is famous for it. And other areas one could talk about. But this is basically the end of my talk. I do have an impliedness website that contains a lot of stuff I've been talking about. If you want to find it, if you search on my name, the impliedness, that should bring it up. So just to conclude, thank you very much for listening. And I'm sorry it's taken a little bit longer than I had hoped. But if you have any quick questions, I'll be glad to answer them. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have listened to a very brilliant lecture by one of the fathers of the field of pragmatics, Professor Jonathan Culpeper of the University of Lancaster, the United Kingdom. I was not officially asked to be a rapporteur, but even with my running up and down, the few of the points I was able to note and are summarized by him are that he discussed the notion of politeness, which had been the main topic that had been discussed over the years until impoliteness also came to be discussed as a concept in pragmatics. In so doing, he talked about the historical development of the scholarship in politeness. Then he talked about the concept of impoliteness, which he dwelt on. Patterns of politeness, he talked about the issue of intentionality, whether it is intentionality on the part of the speaker or what is perceived as intentional on the part of the hearer. He talked about the different areas in which politeness and impoliteness differ. And then he talked about emotions and politeness versus impoliteness, how emotions play a role, how we associate politeness rather than politeness more with the emotions, that we tend to associate politeness more with emotions rather than politeness. He talked about conventionalism and different formulae that are used, whether they are insults or other categories of impoliteness. He also talked about, then he gave specific case studies, both audio and audiovisual. And one of the individuals that has made a lot of history and has been attacked the most in recent history, my dear friend Donald Trump, as a particular case involving him too, which appears very memorable to me. He also talked about prosody, the importance of prosody, how the intonational pattern reflects impoliteness. And then he also talks about how people respond to impoliteness. In his summary, he gave the summary of what he has done, but also directed us to a website on impoliteness. These are some of the highlights of the brilliant lecture that has been delivered by our dear father and friend, Jonathan Culpeper. Because it is a multimodal conference involving both physical attendance here and virtual attendance, we have room for a question and answer session, including both the virtual audience and the physical audience here. If we have some persons that would like to ask questions, we would like to take 2 or at most 3 questions from this physical audience and as well as from the virtual audience. Where somebody has a question from the virtual audience, it will be indicated in our Zoom room where our technical officers will give the space to the person, just as Jonathan Culpeper was discussing. A form of impoliteness is where you deny somebody a ground and the turn taking. And so we shall not be impolite, we shall give the virtual audience also their turn. But anyone who has a question from this physical audience, one hand is raised, any other? Okay, a second one. I think we can take those 2 and then we go to the virtual audience. The first, our dear friend, one of the very loud and admirable voices in PrAN, in the Pragmatics Association of Nigeria, the poet and the social critic, the ASU activists, etc., Dr. Bode Steve Ekundayo. Please. Okay. Do you come? I think you can take it.
Thank you very much. Let me just stand on the established protocols to ask my question or questions, just 2, but they are linked. But before then, permit me to, when your father praises you, I do not know how you should praise your father. The Professor Tay, whom we call Tale of a Lion, who is praising me, is actually my PhD supervisor. So if he is using all the superlatives to praise me, if I have seen farther than my compeers, it is because I stood on the shoulders of giants. And one of those giants is Professor Taylor. Thank you very much, sir. My questions. 1, from the perspective of culture and context, I was looking forward to hearing our distinguished professor talking about the role of culture and context in politeness and impoliteness. Then 2, what are the consequences of politeness and impoliteness that's linked to culture? Do they not have consequences? If they have results or, palatable ones, what are the consequences? Good example is the Donald Trump one. In Nigeria, if that happens, what's going to be the consequences? Or what's going to be the consequence of that impoliteness?
And then over there, I know that the father, a son or a daughter can look at one of his or her parents and say, "Don't be stupid, daddy." So if a son tells his father in Nigeria, "Don't be stupid, daddy," what are the consequences? Those are my observations. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Dr. Chuka Onwe. Yes, please, your question.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I want to stand on the already established protocols. Of course, it's already established that just like even Professor Kulpepe said himself, had said that, of course, some of his views, some of his thinking would probably not be generally applied to all the cultures there are, but he suspects that most of them would be applicable as well. So that is with respect to the last person who pointed out something about a child telling the daddy, "Don't be stupid." So these are some of the cultural differences that we can bring out from the theory. So my issue basically, because one of my project students is actually working on, he's so interested in stand-up comedy, and of course I didn't want to discourage him. And so he comes around impoliteness. So I want to actually understand by some of our fathers here, and of course, if that can get to Professor Kulpepe as well. Because one thing I've actually taken away from his teachings today is that impoliteness is actually based largely on intention. And so you see many studies springing up today with respect to intentionality and impoliteness, intentionality and rudeness and all that. So if someone is looking at, because in Nigeria, I don't know if stand-up comedy is actually popular in the UK, but stand-up comedy is, let me just give him a context so that he might need that to answer this. So stand-up comedy is a genre of entertainment, a comedy where professional comedians, come to the stage and then tend to entertain people with most of the time with many issues happening in the economy and the politics of a specific nation. So sometimes the audience know that this is comedy, right? And so they use that opportunity to, attack people, so to say. But sometimes, again, you find that people they are attacking, who might be in the audience or not, tend to laugh along, but they would have made their point. So in that situation, in that context, I don't know how we can actually bring out impoliteness in that situation. I don't know. That's my question. Thank you.
Dr. Chuka Onwe is one of research persons in different ways, including the training of undergraduates, one of the major highlights of the conference here. And they're saying where a joke is made,
for instance, about with our dear friends, Obasanjo and Oshomole and all those ones, and if they are part of the audience, although impolite expressions are used against them, but they also laugh it off because it is a joke. How does intentionality play out there? As well as the issues of anger, sadness in a comic situation, how does it play out? But we have from the virtual audience, Professor Taiwo Olorutoba, who also wants to ask a question.
Please, Professor Loritoboji, you can go ahead with your question. We are ready to take the question because Professor Kulpepe is already live online, willing to respond to the questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Kulpepe. I enjoyed your talk very much. The question I want to ask is about the role of intentionality in the analysis that you have preferred, both at the level of production, that's at the level of encoding, and at the level of decoding of discourse. You did mention in the earlier part of your talk that intentionality was a disputed issue, but I was interested in how this issue would then feature in your analysis, especially because it's so difficult to ascertain the intention behind a particular kind of utterance, especially if the speaker is not going to cooperate in telling you what the intention is, and especially if this intention is sometimes cleverly disguised in the utterance. So how can we then go ahead and assert that this amounts to impoliteness if it is not intentional? And then at the level of decoding as well, how do we, because that's the other level at which we could probably try to ascertain this effect, the perlocutionary level. How do we, especially if the receiver is trying to be politically correct or to be nice and not give away his inner feelings about what has just been said. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Loritoboji. The second question from the virtual audience is from Dr. Luashola Aino. Dr. Aino, please commence, go on with your question so that. Okay, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Jonathan Kulpepe, and thank you to my profs on ground and those not on ground. My question is, how do we relate the issue of a norm, culture, especially what happens in the courtroom setting during examination sessions in the courtroom, where the legal players have the right to take the floor and the right to also disallow the witnesses to express themselves when they need to. How do we relate it to the issue of impoliteness? Are we going to, is it that the norm takes precedence over politeness or impoliteness, or are we going to say what obtains in the courtroom cannot be regarded as impoliteness, or what? How do we relate that? Thank you.
Can you ask your question again? Just repeat yourself.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Am I audible enough now?
Yes, you are. Please, let's go on.
My question is how do we relate the issue of culture and the courtroom setting, for instance? How do we relate the issue of culture to what obtains in impoliteness, the theory of impoliteness? Because we know what obtains in the courtroom, it's that the legal players, they have a right. They constitute what is supposed to be an interactive session during a courtroom examination. The legal players takes the floor and wouldn't just allow the witnesses to bear their minds. They are only allowed to talk when they want them to talk. Whereas an interaction, a conversation is supposed to be a two-way thing. So how do we relate that? Are we going to say what obtains in the classroom is, in the courtroom rather, is impoliteness? Then if research is meant to solve a problem, how do we go about solving this problem of imbalance in the courtroom setting? That's my question.
Thank you. Thank you. We shall now take the responses from Professor Kulpepe, who is also live.
Okay, I hope you can hear me. Do tell me if you can't. I've got my
Yes,
phone going.
We hear you clearly, sir.
Great. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you. I'm speaking to you from a very cold country. It's -2 degrees. I hope the weather is better with you. Thank you also for the questions. I thought the questions were very, very interesting. Great questions. I'm going to try and say a little bit about each question. I've made some notes. At the beginning, the issue of politics was raised. And for me, that is an important issue because the politicians help set the norms against which we judge impoliteness and politeness. I have recently worked on Donald Trump, and that's an important area because Donald Trump made it in North America, made it much more acceptable to be impolite. And once impoliteness becomes acceptable, it becomes normalized and not so impolite. And this is why what the politicians do is a very important aspect of impoliteness. Culture was mentioned. What I would love to know is whether the things that I have been talking about work in the same way in Nigeria's cultures compared with mine. Most of my work has been done on British cultures. I have also done a little work on Chinese, but whether it works or not in Nigerian cultures, I do not know. Hopefully one of you one day will do some work and tell me whether it is similar or what the differences are. The issue of humor, jokes and comedy and so forth, in my view, there are three broad functions for impoliteness. One is when you become emotionally upset and frustrated and people start swearing and being rude to other people. This is one. Not the most common one. Probably the more common one is coercive impoliteness, when you try to control other people and get them to do things. The army video clip at the beginning of my talk, that was coercive. But there is the other function of entertaining impoliteness. People find impoliteness in certain contexts entertaining. There are lots of TV shows in the UK that are designed to be rude. Basically, have the host is rude to the guest, and people find that very funny. And it's constructed for the entertainment of other people. And that's true of stand-up comedy. It's often about being rude to people and then the audience is laughing. The audience is not the target of the rudeness or the impoliteness, but they are joining in the appreciation of the verbal tricks that people are using to be impolite. And it's an important function. In fact, the quiz show I showed you briefly at the end of my talk, that is rudeness or impoliteness for entertainment's sake. The host there is rude to contestants about their jobs, about their identities, about all sorts of things. And it's for the entertainment of the TV audience. Intentionality was mentioned. The intentionality, of course, and intentions is an incredibly complex and difficult topic. With regard to my position on that, when I started researching impoliteness 30 years ago, it was very much the intention of the speaker that mattered. Actually, nowadays, I have moved the other way, and I'm thinking more in terms of what the hearer does. And so if you have a hearer who constructs what has just been said as intentional, then that counts for me. That would count as genuine impoliteness, because the hearer has constructed the speaker as intending to be impolite. Whether or not the speaker really was intending that, we don't know for sure. You can't go inside the head of a speaker and find out whether they really meant something. So that's a difficult area. So for me, it's really an interpretive mechanism that hearers can use to try and understand impoliteness. And so that's largely how I see it these days. Of course, speaker intentions are still involved, and from a speaker's point of view, something else could be going on. It's a difficult area. The final question on not just on culture, but on the courtroom and norms. This reminds me of institutionalized impoliteness. Impoliteness is permitted, allowed in certain institutions, and the courtroom is one of them. Certain people, the prosecutors, for example, are allowed to interrogate, to be rude to the witnesses, the defendant, and so forth. It reminds me of other institutional contexts where you're allowed to be impolite. One is the British House of Commons. There you are absolutely allowed to be impolite to the members of other political parties. You have to use the formulae of politeness. So in that parliament, you have to say, "My right honourable friend," but then you are permitted to say things like, "has completely messed up the policy, has everything's gone wrong." You're allowed to make all sorts of negative remarks about them, as long as you use some of the politeness formulae. So it is actually a recognized case where you can be rude. The army, in army training, the clip I showed you at the beginning, this is another context where institutionalized politeness happens. Sergeant majors, and when they're training the recruits, are allowed, permitted, to be impolite to the recruits. Now, so they are permitted to do that. Is it still impoliteness? Well, in some ways, if the recruit thinks this is all part of the game, it's all part of the context, I shouldn't really feel offended because it's part of the training and so forth. In some ways, they should not feel offended. However, I think what is permitted and actually neutralizing impoliteness are two different things. And people still take offense even in contexts where it is institutionalized and quite normal. So there are complex issues going on there. And a lot of it relates to norms and institutionalization and things like that. I hope I've given some brief responses, at least to the issues you raised. But thank you very much for raising those. And they actually goes right to the heart of some of the issues I've been considering over the years. Thank you.
Please, we are sorry, there was a little hitch in the network such that we didn't hear the last part of his responses, but he has responded to the questions that were asked. As a way of managing our time and to see that we make the best out of the time available to us, we shall now move on to an item on the program. Now, this lecture that we have received, to me and to many of us, has been a groundbreaking lecture. Because just as he has mentioned, while politeness has been studied greatly, impoliteness has not received any significant attention or as much attention. But he is a trailblazer. He has shown us patterns of impoliteness in terms of intention and the different ramifications, and I think that will open a gateway, just as been mentioned. People will now try to study it, apply the things he has mentioned, even from an African cultural perspective, courtroom perspective, and diverse ways that we've done. And we must be very grateful to Professor Jonathan Culpeper for proving his worth. We are most grateful to you, Prof, for this very brilliant lecture that you have given to us and opening another gateway for further research from different dimensions and cultures of the world. We are most grateful to you, sir, and even for making yourself available to respond to the many questions that were asked. We are very grateful to you, and we believe that you will keep in touch with PrAN, because this will not be the last time we shall invite you. Possibly we shall also find our way to the UK so that we can also physically felicitate with you. We are most grateful to you, Prof. Thank you, sir. We shall now proceed the program to another important item. The slide. Towards the end of, I believe that by the end of the day, the president will tell us how we can get those slides, while being sure that we will not infringe on copyrights, the copyright of the paper presenter, of the lecturer, Professor Jonathan. I think we'll have, these days there are different ways in which PrAN can make us have the slides, because they are a major resource material for many of us. All right, the next item is the awards that we are to present to undergraduate students. PrAN has a tradition of encouraging undergraduate students to study specific aspects of pragmatics each year. The students are given lectures, they are taught for a period of time, some 2 days, and then they are examined on the topic. And then at the end of it all, the best 5 candidates are given awards. And so what we want to do right now, we have candidates or students that have come from different universities who will be commencing their training tomorrow morning. At the end of the training, the 5 best candidates will be invited to the plenary at the next annual conference, where they will be given the awards. And so today we now have the 5 candidates, the 5 best candidates that emerged at the last conference, and they will now be given the awards. May I invite the Vice President of the Pragmatics Association of Nigeria, Dr. Rosary Mbisike, to come to the rostrum to be part of this award ceremony. She will decorate the winners with the garlands, while we invite the chairman of the board of trustees of the Pragmatics Association of Nigeria, Professor Wale Adegbite to give the certificates to the awardees, while the Vice President will decorate the winners with the gallants. The Chairman Board of Trustees will now give the certificates. Thank you. The items to be presented are actually 3. First, we have the gallants. Second, we have the certificates. And then third, we have cash rewards to be given to these awardees. But because of the signs of the times, this is a period where banditry is very much, quote and unquote, in vogue. And we do not want these candidates to be waylaid. Kidnapping is very much on the, is common these days. So the cash rewards will be given a particular ceremony and in a way that and so the Vice President will decorate the winners while the Chairman Board of Trustees will present the certificate. The person that won the 5th place in last year's competition is from the University of Ibadan, Adeyemo Mary Oluwadunsi. Adeyemo Mary Oluwadunsi. Is she here? Okay. Somebody will receive the award on her behalf.
On behalf of the Pragmatics Association of Nigeria, I congratulate you on this award.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, the winner of the 3rd place prize, the 4th place prize is also from the University of Ibadan, Okoye Chisom Favor. Chisom Favor Okoye. She is also to be represented in receiving the award. She's also not here. This time we shall decorate him with the garland.
Again, congratulations on this award from the Pragmatics Association of Nigeria.
And this is a challenge to students of the University of Benin. I hope Because I am wondering whether I will say University of Benin here, I hope they will participate and be one of the, or among the winners as that will receive the awards next year. From Bowen University, Iwo, Iya Jane Bassi. Iya Jane Bassi. From Bowen University, Iwo. You are welcome. I am proud that from Bowen, we are receiving the award because it's also my university.
Congratulations, Jane Bassi, on this award by the Pragmatics Association of Nigeria.
Second place prize, that is first runner-up, Olubumi, winner in Yolua. In Yolua, and the middle name is Winner, and she is indeed a winner. From Bowen University again, so far, 2 from University of Ibadan, 2 from Bowen University.
Award by the Pragmatics Association of Nigeria.
And the overall winner, is it from University of Lancaster or from University of London or from the Paul University, Chicago? Where? From the University of Ibadan. Aderibigbe Deborah Kikelomo. Aderibigbe Deborah Kikelomo. Therefore, it's a ratio of 3:2. University of Ibadan.
Yeah. Congratulations, Aderibigbe Deborah Kikelomo, for this award by the Pragmatics Association of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, our Chairman, Board of Trustees, our Vice President. Thank you for your generosity in giving these awards. I have been corrected that the training of the undergraduates actually commences today. It commences today and will be concluded tomorrow. And we hope that next year we will see the picture wider such that we will have more than 2 universities reflecting. This year we've seen mainly 2 universities, but even if it appears that only 1 university has the first 5 best students, so it is. The Pragmatics Association of Nigeria does its work very professionally, and so even if it appears that all the first 5 candidates emerge from the University of Benin, they will be so awarded. But if we decide also to cede it to some other universities, so be it. Now, without taking more time, we want to transit to the second lecture. And that is a lecture that is coming all the way from Finland, the University of Jyväskylä, or Jyväskylä. Okay, Jyväskylä, exactly. Because in many of those countries, the Y is generally silent. So Jyväskylä, Finland, Dr. Sigurd, the 100th. But before she comes on board, we have Lillian number 3, Dr. Lillian, who will be reading a citation on the lecturer. A citation on the lecturer, the keynote speaker, Dr. Lillian. You are welcome.
Citation. Citation on Professor Sigurd Dunt. Professor Sigurd Dunt is a professor of applied language studies in the Department of Language and Communication Studies, University of Jyväskylä, Finland. He's an expert in linguistics and language studies, and he has made significant research in the study of language in criminal trials. He began his career at the University of Antwerp, Belgium in 1993, where he worked as a research associate for several years. Between 2001 and 2005, he taught at different universities in the Netherlands, University of Groningen and VU University, Amsterdam. From 2005 to 2015, he was a visiting professor in African languages and culture in Ghent University, Belgium. He has taught various courses in the field of applied linguistics. His educational qualifications show his diverse interests. His licentiate degree was in African philology and history, his Master of Arts in Language and Language Technology, and his doctorate in linguistics. His research interests include the use of interaction analysis as a tool for addressing wider social issues. African He is currently working on the project Negotiating International Criminal Laws, a courtroom at the International Criminal widely of sociolinguistics, Pragmatics,
when we finish with this plenary session, we shall be moving on to parallel sessions that will be holding at a different venue. They will be announced as we get to the close of this session, where this session will witness the lecture itself, as then followed by the question and answer session, just as we did with the first. And after that, we shall have some words of appreciation from the chairman of the National Organizing Committee and other announcements that will follow. And of course, it will end with group photographs by as many participants as that are here, the officials and all that. Even before then, we are just trying to link up. Please, Professor Sigurd, if you hear me, can you unmute your microphone so that you can speak to us? We are ready to hear you, sir.
Hello. Are you here? Do you hear me? Okay. Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
I hear you clearly now, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Perfect. I would like to start my presentation today with a short word of thanks. First, let me thank the previous speaker for the citation. Of course, I'd like also to thank the organizing committee for arranging this conference and for giving me the opportunity to present my work here for you today. And finally, I would, of course, also like to thank you, the audience, for being here today in such large numbers to listen to my talk. And, you know, of course, I stand here with you for today with a bit of mixed feelings. On the one hand, I think it is fantastic that a conference is being organized here in Nigeria on a theme that I find so important and that is so close to my heart. At the same time, I'm of course also a bit sad because I cannot be with you in person today. But, you know, given the situation, there is very little we can do about that. But, you know, don't worry. I would like to invite you to watch this pre-recorded presentation of mine. And after that, I will be with you for question and answers. And we'll be back with you and I'll gladly respond to your answers. Okay, so I think we're all set here. We can start with the presentation now. Together with the central core tower. And the central core tower literally consists of 3 courtrooms stacked on top of one another. As you can see, the central tower contains a lot of glass surfaces. There is glass on the outside, there is glass inside the courtroom as well. So if you're in the courtroom, in the gallery, you can literally see the blue skies outside. So this is it's very much a transparent court, or at least transparency is part of the image the ICC wants to project to the outside world. It's really a beautiful site. If you're in The Hague, if you ever get the opportunity, please visit the court. You can just walk in. You get a visitor's pass. There is an exhibition at the ground floor on the lobby. And if there is a trial going on, you can visit the courtrooms, walk into the gallery, and follow ongoing proceedings. If you can't make it to The Hague, you can also just go to the ICC website. The ICC website contains a live stream of ongoing hearings. So that's an option as well if you would be interested in what is going on inside the courtroom. Okay, my presentation for today will consist of three parts. First, I will start by sketching the rationale for this kind of research. The International Criminal Court already received a lot of scholarly attention, both from legal scholars, but also from sociologists, political scientists, etc., etc. So, first question is, what is the added value of a linguistic anthropological approach? What can discourse analysis, what can social linguistics contribute to the better understanding of international criminal law? After that, I will briefly move on to a number of examples of actual courtroom discourse. I will take you inside the courtroom and talk you through a number of cases that I attended. I will conclude by formulating a tentative conclusion. Tentative because this is still very much research, still in progress, ongoing research. Okay, let me start with the rationale. What is the added value of an interaction analytic perspective on international criminal justice? To answer this question, we have to take into account that the ICC very much represents an emergent judicial paradigm. The ICC is very much a novel judicial institution. The treaty that contains the fundamental and procedural law of the ICC was adopted in 1998. The ICC itself became operative in 2002. And since 2002, the Office of the Prosecutor of the ICC opened investigations in 13 different situations. So far, 28 different cases have been opened, of which 9 effectively went to trial. The first defendant who actually went to trial was Thomas Lubanga, a Congolese warlord whose trial started in 2009. And since 2009, 4 defendants have been found guilty by the International Criminal Court. 3 of these were Congolese warlords, Lubanga, whom I already mentioned, Katanga and Bemba, and 1 was a Malian citizen, Ahmed Al-Faki Al-Mahdi, about whose trial I will be telling more later in the second part of my presentations. 2 defendants have been acquitted, and 2 trials are currently at appeal stage, including the case of Laurent Gbagbo, the former president of Ivory Coast. 2 trials are still ongoing. One is the trial of Al-Hassan, a second trial related to the jihadist occupation of Timbuktu. Al-Hassan trial started in July 2020. Second trial that is still going on, or that is about to be concluded, is the trial of Dominic Ongwen, an Ugandan warlord connected to the Lord Resistance Army, whose case went to trial in 2016. Trial started in 2016, and actually just a few days ago, on February the 4th, the ICC chamber issued its verdict in the Ongwen trial. Okay, and there is one other trial that will start in 2021. Okay, so as I said, the ICC is a very novel institution, and as such, it represents kind of a legal laboratory, that is confronted with a number of internal and external challenges. First of all, the ICC is faced by a number of internal challenges. According to Richard Ashby Wilson, the ICC represents a hastily patched together, unstable amalgam of Anglo-American common law and continental civil law traditions. Basically, what this means is that the ICC, when it comes to legal procedure, is a case of mix and match that integrates both elements from the common law tradition and from the civil law tradition. This is most clear, for example, in the presentation of the evidence. At the ICC, each party calls its own witnesses. The prosecution calls its own witnesses, later the defense calls its own witnesses, and in the second instance, these witnesses will be cross-examined by the opposing parties. So the presentation of the evidence is very much borrowed from the Anglo-American system. However, but it's different, and what is borrowed from the continental civil law tradition is the active role of the judge. In American courts, the judge is a neutral umpire who does not intervene in testimony taking. At the ICC, the judge is an active truth finder. And what you see very often is that even though the main interrogation is carried out by the prosecuting or the defense, at certain points, the judge will step in, will actively take control of the interrogation, and which is something that is virtually unseen of, that's unthinkable in an American court. But at the ICC, you have this mixture of American common law and continental civil law traditions. Another field where this tension between the two systems is clear has to do with the position of the victim. In accusatorial common law, Anglo-American system, the victim has no specific role. The victim is merely a witness who produces evidence. In continental civil law inquisitorial systems, on the other hand, victims can be a party in the trial. So in the Anglo-American system, victims have no specific position. In the continental civil law traditions, victims are an active participant. The Rome Statute assumes a position somewhere in between. The Rome Statute, the treaty that contains the procedure of the court, says, and I quote, "Victim participants have the right to express their views and concerns when their interests are concerned." This is a very general statement, and it is not really clear under what sense these victim participants are to participate in the trial. Are they assumed to deliver victim impact statements? Can they deliver testimony? This is very unclear. And what you see, if you look at different trials that have been going on, that different trial chambers have been assuming different positions on this issue. So procedure is still not entirely clear. Procedure has to be developed, has to be negotiated as trials proceed. In addition to these internal challenges, the ICC also faces major external challenges. There are, first of all, a number of major legitimacy issues. The ICC's legitimacy is challenged from various angles. One could argue that such legitimacy issues are to a large extent inevitable. As I indicated in the beginning, the ICC is very much a novel institution. Unlike national legal systems, which have a long history, a history that goes back for sometimes hundreds of years, the ICC did not have time to slowly accumulate legitimacy. And as a consequence, the disarticulation of law and politics is not yet completed. One could say that the ICC still bears the marks of the political process of its institution. So to a large extent, these legitimacy issues are inevitable and are related to nature of the institute. At the same time, however, legitimacy are also aggravated by a number of other factors. The legitimacy issues were very much aggravated by the geopolitical shift that happened at the beginning of the new was very much the product of Cold War optimism. There was a widespread belief that the Cold War has ended. International conflicts will be resolved not by force but by the rule of law. Then, however, came 9/11. In 2001, the attacks and the Pentagon. In short, legalist paradigm legal encapsulation ignores the benefit from
multiple challenges. Now, the question for us is, how do we analyze this emergence? How do we analyze these challenges, and how do we analyze how people respond to these challenges? A first possible perspective on this emergence is to write an institutional history or an institutional sociology of the ICC. And if one looks at the literature, there are some very fine examples of this. The second perspective on emergence is the perspective of legal scholarship, the perspective of positive law. What does this mean? Well, basically, this means that we study the jurisprudence of the International Criminal Court to examine the development of a new legal doctrine. Basically, this means that we look at the output that the various ICC trial chambers produce in the court of successive trials, the verdicts, the various decisions, etc., and that we examine these decisions to describe the new forms of law, of jurisprudence that are developed in these decisions. For this project,
and for that reason, basically, we need interaction analysis. For that reason, we need the methodological and theoretical apparatus of linguistic anthropology. In which situaduct is transformed into reality. And this trial process is very much a discursive process. this discursive process is distributed over various subsequent trial performances. And the trial performances are in turn mediated by transformation of situated conduct into a legal reality is a very long process that is stretched out over subsequent performances and our mediated. This is more or less our basic assumption. Now, for this trajectory of the trial is in intertextual trajectory. Why in which trial trajectory is embedded is the trajectory of jurisprudential construction. And what does this trajectory of jurisprudential construction consist of? Well, this trajectory of jurisprudential construction basically consists of prior decisions by other trial chambers that are recontextualized in the course of the trial and that set a standard for the current trial. What linguistic anthropologists refer to as metapragmatic regimentation. These prior decisions are used to metapragmatically regiment the current ongoing trial. These prior decisions are invoked to make sense of what is going on in the current trial to set a standard for the current trial. So this is the first broader intertextual trajectory. A second form of text trajectory that I am interested in the course of this project are the wider conversations in which the ICC trials insert themselves. And the wider conversations, then I think, for example, about discourses about heritage, discourses about transitional justice that circulate outside of the courtroom. And what I am interested in are the way in which trial actors set up dialogical networks or set up shadow conversations with such constituencies outside of the courtroom. What I am particularly interested in are the projections of self and otherness that trial actors project in this process. Which images of self and other do they portray in these shadow conversations with external partners? Also, I'm interested in the way in which these dialogical networks, these shadow conversations, contribute to metapragmatic framing. How do they change, modify, alter the participation framework of the hearing? Okay. Enough theory for today. Now let us look at some examples. What I will be doing next is presenting you some examples from an actual trial. And we will be looking at actual discourse produced by ICC trial actors. And we will be analyzing this discourse with an eye on the way in which ICC trial actors imagine the court think about what I said earlier about projections of self and otherness. So my argument, the argument that I would like to make here today is that an analysis of self and otherness, an analysis of the way in which trial actors imagine the court will help us to understand how they challenges that we talked about earlier, the challenges, the internal, external challenges. I developed the argument that an analysis of other projections gives an answer how they respond to these various legitimacies. The case that I will be talking about is known in the literature as the prosecutor's office versus Al-Mahdi. And here's the picture of Al-Mahdi. Who is Mr. Al-Mahdi? Well, Mr. Al-Mahdi was a Malian Islamist who was involved in the jihadist occupation of Timbuktu, the jihadist occupation in northern Mali, which took place in between April 2012 and January 2013. In April 2012 and January, in between April 2012 and January 2013, Timbuktu was occupied by two jihadist militias, Ansardine and Al-Qaeda in the Maghreb. And in between June 30 and July the 7th of 2012, militia members destroyed 9 mausoleums of Muslim saints, together with the entrance door to an ancient mosque, which, according to legend, was not allowed to be opened until the end of times. So the Muslims were destroyed by these Islamists basically for religious reasons. These Sufi practice, the revelation of its form of forbidden. Okay, so these mausoleums were destroyed. Destruction started on June 30, 2017. Sorry, June 30, 2012, and a few days later, in July 2012, the Malian government referred the case to the International Criminal Court. In January 2013, the prosecutor's office started an investigation into the jihadist occupation in Timbuktu, an investigation that included an investigation into these tomb destructions. And 2 years later, in September 2015, Mr. Al-Mahdi, who was the head of the religious police responsible for these destructions, was arrested in Niamey. Al-Mahdi was arrested. He was interrogated by an investigative team from the Office of the Prosecutor. He was extradited to The Hague, and already in the end of September 2015, he appeared a first time before the judges of the International Criminal Court. In December 2015, the prosecutor's office issued a report in which they charged Al-Mahdi with the war crime of destroying buildings dedicated to religion. On March 1st, 2016, there was a confirmation of charges hearing in which the charges against Al-Mahdi were confirmed, and the ICC trial chamber decided to let the case go to trial. The trial itself started in on August 22nd and was concluded in just 3 days. And by ICC standards, 3 days is incredibly short. Remember the trial of Dominique Ongwen, in which the ICC delivered its verdict on the 4th of February this year, just a few days ago. Well, Ongwen's trial started in January 2016. So it lasted for over 4 years. So by that standard, 4 days is incredibly short. And the ICC was able to process the trial so quickly because Al-Mahdi pleaded guilty. And this was something unique as well. It was the first time that a defendant before the ICC entered a guilty plea. And actually, the Al-Mahdi trial was innovative in multiple ways. It was the first time, a member of an Islamist militia was charged before the ICC. It was the first time that the destruction of cultural heritage was the main charge, and it was also the first time that a defendant pleaded guilty. And the fact that he pleaded guilty made it possible to let the trial be finished in just 3 days. And then 1 month later, on September 2016, Al-Mahdi was sentenced. Al-Mahdi was found guilty, and he was sentenced to a prison sentence of 9 years. So the first fragment that we will be looking at is taken from OTP prosecutor Fatou Bensouda's opening submission at the confirmation of charges hearing of March 1, 2016. And on your left, you see Mr. Al-Mahdi, and on your right, you see OTP prosecutor Fatou Bensouda, and it is her speech that we will be looking into now. Fatou Bensouda's speech lasts about 50 minutes, and I suggest that we have a look at first the opening and then the closing segment of her speech. So the speech opened So the speech opens as follows. I start with the French and then proceed to the English translation. Madame la Présidente, Monsieur les juges, Tombouctou est sur le point de perdre son âme. Tombouctou est sous la menace des vandalisations outrageantes. Tombouctou a sous le gorge le couteau tranchant d'un froid assassinat. C'est le cri de désespoir que lançait un habitant de Tombouctou lors de la destruction des mausolées de la ville. In English, I translate, Madam President, Your Honors, Timbuktu is about to lose its soul. Timbuktu is under the threat of outrageous acts of vandalism. Timbuktu has under its throat the sharp knife of a cold-blooded assassination. This is the cry of desperation launched by an inhabitant of Timbuktu when the destructions of the mausoleums of the city started. This is how the submission opens, a very dramatic opening. Okay, now let us turn to the end of the submission. And we shall see that at the end of the submission, she again refers to the victim statements that she quotes in the opening. Okay, let us look at the end of the submission again, first the French and then the English. Le premier suspect, Monsieur Al-Mahdi Al-Faki, le premier suspect, Monsieur Ahmad Al-Faki Al-Mahdi, est devant vous, Madame la Présidente, Monsieur les juges. C'est donc l'occasion pour dire aux victimes de ces attaques que nous avons enfin entendu leur cri de désespoir. Nos investigations se poursuivent. I translate in English. The first suspect, Mr. Ahmad Al-Faki Al-Mahdi, stands before you, Madam President, Your Honors. This is the occasion to tell to the victims of the attacks that we have finally heard their cries of desperation. Our investigations are continuing. And then she produces another 2 sentences and she concludes her presentation. What is interesting about this opening and the closing of the submission is that Prosecutor Bensouda is kind of projecting a dialogue with the victims. She starts the submission with a quote from a victim, which she frames as the cry of desperation launched by an inhabitant of Timbuktu. And in the final part of the plea, she says, well, Mr. President, this is the occasion that we have to tell the victims of the attacks that we have finally heard their cries of desperation. So the plea starts with a cry of desperation, and in the end, she says, well, now it is up to us to answer this cries of desperation and to show the victims that we have heard their cries. So she's initiating a dialogue with the victims, and at the same time, and that's also an interesting observation, the prosecutor is aligning herself with the chamber. So the prosecution and the chamber, the prosecutor's office and the chamber are 2 separate entities, but in this opening and closing, the prosecutor is kind of aligning herself with the trial chamber and portraying the trial chamber and the prosecution as both together responding to this cry for help from the victims of the tomb demolitions in Timbuktu. At this point, I suggest that we have a closer look at the quote with which Prosecutor Bensouda opens her submission. Timbuktu is about to lose its soul. Timbuktu is under the threat of outrageous acts of vandalism. Timbuktu has under its throat the sharp knife of a cold-blooded assassination. And she frames this quote as, this is the cry of desperation launched by an inhabitant of Timbuktu when the destructions of the mausoleum started. Importantly, according to Bensouda, this statement has been uttered by an anonymous speaker. An anonymous speaker, someone acting out of desperation, searching for help, waiting for an outsider to come and save him. That is basically the essential framing of this quote. Now, however, if we look at the history of this quote, it turns out that the person who uttered this statement is far less anonymous than Bensouda's framing suggests. First of all, in the prosecutor's charging document attributes the source of this quote to a television broadcast by France Info broadcast on June the 30th. And in the broadcast, we see an elderly man reading out a written statement that starts with the fragment that we've seen here. And this elderly man is framed by the broadcaster as one of the elderly people responsible for culture in the city. So it is no longer an anonymous person crying out for help. No, it is a representative of a public body, a council of elderly, I mean, someone with a certain standing in reputation, and it is not really this anonymous victim crying out for help in the desert. Now, the history is even more complicated. The quote itself is, in fact, even older. The text which this elderly man was reading out on French television had already been circulating on the internet for quite a while already. The text is known as La Déclaration de Tombouctou and was published on the website tombouctoumanuscripts.org already on May 14, that is 6 weeks before the destruction started. Importantly, the author of this text was not some anonymous victim crying out for help, but was the director of the Ahmed Baba Institute, a prominent member of the community, a prominent academic, someone with very broad network that extends up to Columbia University in New York, a very prominent scholar, definitely not the anonymous victim which the prosecutor makes him to be. In this fragment, we saw how a victim loses his voice, how his utterance is reframed as uttered by an anonymous nobody. This incident is particularly important in view of the question that legal anthropologist Maxine Camary-Clark formulates in her 2009 book, Fictions of Justice. Which kind of victim does the ICC want? In an insightful discussion of the tensions between the ICC and local reconciliation mechanisms in northern Uganda, Clark makes the following remark, I quote, "One consequence of the articulation of justice that advocates international law over national law is that it reduces citizens in Uganda and elsewhere to victims whose very exclusion from political life is a necessary condition for political intervention by international legal regimes such as the ICC. The Ugandan amnesty approach, in contrast, rather than treating victims as bare life in the fashion of the ICC, allows these victims to engage with perpetrators in rituals of reconciliation through which they may reproduce themselves as political beings." In this quote, Camary-Clark refers to the distinction that philosopher Pierre Agamben makes between Zoe and Bios. For Agamben, Zoe refers to bare life, mere physical existence, while Bios stands for life as part of a moral political community. And based on this distinction, Clark argues that at the ICC, one can only be accepted as a victim if one accepts this reduction to bare life, to what Agamben calls Zoe, if one accepts rejecting all political agency. And as it turns out, this is exactly what happened in the fragment that we just came across. The second fragment that I would like to discuss with you today comes from the trial itself. Remember that Al-Mahdi was arrested in September 2015 in Niamey, and immediately after that, the Office of the Prosecutor sent a team of investigators to Niamey in order to interrogate Al-Mahdi. Now, one of these investigators who participated in this mission is now giving testimony before the court. He's called by the prosecution and he's giving detailed account of the circumstances of the interrogation, how the interrogation went, the various points that were raised in the debate, etc., etc. Now, as is customary at the ICC, after the witness is examined by the prosecution, the defense gets the opportunity to cross-examine the witness. And what we will be looking at now is a fragment of the cross-examination of the OTP investigated by Mohamed Awini, the lead counsel for the defense. What's interesting and what will plays an important role in the fragment that we will be looking at is that, interestingly, Awini himself had been present during this initial investigation. He had been called by the registry to make sure that the rights of the defendants, that the rights of the defendant were guaranteed. And as we will see, this small little feature plays an important role in the fragment that we will be looking at. So this is the fragment that we will be looking into. What is interesting about this exchange is the fact that the lead counsel, in a way, is trying to recontextualize this pretrial interrogation. And for this, he draws on the fact that he himself had been present at the initial interrogation. Let us have a look at how exactly this happens. So let us have a look at how this recontextualization is accomplished. Let us start with the question by Mr. Awini. So Awini says, I represent the defense. Therefore, I had the impression that Mr. Al-Mahdi indeed answered to your questions or wished to assume responsibility for his actions. Did you have the impression that he was full of remorse and that he spoke the truth through the bias of the words that he chose? He chose to speak Arabic. And he continues, I think he did so deliberately. In speaking the truth, he wished to contribute to justice, to the fact that justice would be done. He wanted to assume responsibility for what he had done and contribute to national reconciliation in Mali. So what the lead counsel is doing is recontextualizing Al-Mahdi's collaboration in the trial as an expression of remorse, as an expression of seeking reconciliation. And interestingly, for this, he refers to the fact that Al-Mahdi spoke Arabic and the emotional values of the words that he chose in Arabic. Now, this is interesting because as a Tunisian understands Arabic, but of course, the ICC interrogator, who came from The Hague, did not speak Arabic, and he was assisted by an interpreter. Okay, so let us, and this, we will see is important in the answer of the interrogator. Okay, let us have a brief look at the answer, and basically the interrogator responds that it's not his task to make assessments about the sincerity or the honesty or the remorse of the client. He's just interested in, like, I believe, to guess or estimate when we said that. Morsel on the his which you standing of what is feeling wrong. So in a way, what's happening here, and that's something really interesting, to the fact that the interrogator did not speak Arabic, and for that he was unable to do his thing. Contextualize the client's contribution at the course for the is client based on the fact that both speak and he is subjecting the OTP to a form of cultural othering. So he and his client share a cultural identity, and they interrogate what unable to really understand what went on within a cultural bubble. So the OTP interrogator is a cultural war. Is for reason I did. That cultural autonomy preserves. We have the judge, we have the attorney.
This cross. So we see that the play of cultural boundaries becomes much more subtle. It is not the court which has a particular cultural identity vis-a-vis the outsider. No, even within the court, within the different parties to the trial, we see cultural difference. This again is very interesting for projection of otherness, for the projection of self and otherness. Imagines itself kind of cultural jurisprudence, particular cultural jurisprudence in which different cultural trends meet one another. And this brings us to today's presentation. What these two fragments have shown us is that there is a lot of legitimacy work going on at the International Criminal Court. More, I would say, than established domestic legal systems. In the first fragment, we saw how ICC prosecutor Fatou Bensouda framed the trial as a response to a cry for help by the victims of the destruction of cultural heritage, and a particular kind of victim for that matter. A victim who is helpless, speechless, and who lacks political agency. In the second excerpt, we saw the defense counsel frame the member of the prosecution who interrogated Ahmad Yameh. In this way, defense counsel Awini, the National Criminal Court as a multicultural jurisprudence. In the beginning of this presentation, you will remember we spent quite a lot of time at various internal and external challenges which the court is facing. To make here is that an analysis of this legitimacy works offers us a snapshot of the way in which ICC trial actors navigate these challenges. And I would like to conclude my talk for today with a workshop. It's important to mind that conflicts are multi-layered and multi-dimensional and stand across multiple scales, both local and global. What we have seen today is only one node in this network. The International Court is only one node.
So, pragmatics do and global conflict, the better. So, thank you, organizers, for choosing such a timely talk. And finally, I would like to thank you all for your kind attention. Thank you. Analyzing trial performance at the International Criminal Court, a linguistic anthropological perspective. On the first slide, taking a picture of what the ICC in The Hague, the Netherlands actually to be sure.
Professor
Sigurd De Hout, we are most grateful for this very stimulating lecture, which I believe is a very significant one in terms of legal pragmatics and discourse analysis. You have enlightened us on developments and discourse patterns, not in the conventional courts, but in the International Court of Justice. Technical as it is, I believe many of us were able to follow you, and we believe that it will give further insight to many of us in terms of our analysis of legal discourse, not just in the conventional court, but in some other international jurisprudence, as you have already enunciated here. It's been a very stimulating lecture, technical as it is. The lecture was entitled Analyzing Trial Performance at the International Criminal Court, a Linguistic Anthropological Perspective. In doing that, he painted a picture of how the International Criminal Court came into being. And from there, he went on to talk about how it's adopted 1998, operational 2002, and then how different persons have been tried there. Backbone of So we went on to talk about the problems, both internal and external challenges of the ICC. And then such as legitimacy from the internal, when he talked about the Anglo-American legal system versus, as well as the lack of clarity in the procedure. External challenges like legitimacy, geographical shift, and all that. And they went on now to talk about his main focus, that his project was a kind of opening of a black box of courtroom court using the ICC as an example, and specifically focusing on interactional analysis in terms of the different trajectories that are involved. He then went on to give particular examples, textual examples, to illustrate the discourse patterns that arose or arises in this International Criminal Court, where he gave examples of the OTP, particularly the trial of Al-Magdi, in terms of the Timbuktu saga that took place several years ago. And then from fragment A, where he talked about certain issues in the trial chamber, the opening statement, and how certain utterances indicate particular patterns. And then in fragment B, where he talked about cross-interrogating, the prosecutor witness versus the OTP interrogator versus the prosecutor interrogator, and how those things indicate some cultural dimensions, which brings in the anthropological dimension to what to the discourse, to the courtroom discourse. What he is saying is that the interactional patterns in those things reveal certain things, as if it were a kind of multicultural jurisprudence that takes place in the International Criminal Court. And it's been quite a lecture. We don't know how the weather is in Finland, but we suggest if London was said to be -2 degrees, we expect that Finland would even be up to -7 or -8 degrees, possibly more, being a Scandinavian country. And so we are very grateful that in spite of what the weather is, we were able to also reach us live to talk with us. We are very grateful. In line with the practice, we shall now open the floor for questions and answers, both from the live physical audience here, from the physical audience, and from the virtual audience. Any specific questions here? Those who have been doing certain things about legal pragmatics, we remember that the Pragmatics Association of Nigeria in our Telegram platform opened an opportunity for people to indicate their specific areas of interest, which pragmatics is one of the innovations of PrAN to indicate particular areas. And this now is in the area of legal pragmatics. Any questions? First from the physical audience. One question here, or possible, okay, two questions from one. There is a second question there. Any hand that has been raised from the virtual yet? I think we can take these questions while waiting for other persons that will ask from the virtual audience. First is Mr. Pragmatics himself, the president of the Pragmatics House. Okay, okay, we are taking only two questions. Please, the person that raised up a hand, can you come forward and ask the question? Please, just come this way. Okay, since he has indicated, John will take one more from the one other from the online, and that will be it. Yeah, please, just I will give it to you there.
I am Dr. Simeon Shonde from Bachelor Institute of Education. My question in his speech, presentation, he mentioned issue of lack of clarity of procedure. Many times when international courts and especially when it concerns Africans. My question is, can't we say that dealing with international states, can't there are theory against Africans? Because when there are issues that concerns African, see so many things come up, but when it affects international bodies, you see them being very careful. Do we not say that there are no conspiracy theory against justice when it concerns Africans? My question. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I don't know. Should I?
The speaker himself had somehow alluded to that there is some suggestion of bias, but the way the International Criminal Court, my very dear friend, any question from the audience yet? There is none yet. I don't know whether Professor the host is available to answer this question. Are you available, sir?
Yes, sure. But the connection, unfortunately, has been a bit poor. So your question was, is there a conspiracy theory? Is there a kind of, is behind the ICC, is there a kind of conspiracy conspiring against African nations? Was that the question?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's a tricky question, and the International Criminal Court has been accused of a kind of African bias, in the sense that the only, and just go to the court website and have a look at the list of people who have been indicted and convicted. All of them up till now are people from the African continent. That's undeniably the case. So that's a fact. Now, then, is there a conspiracy? I don't believe that there is any, as far as I can see, there is no deliberate decision to only prosecute people from one specific continent. And I think I tried to point this out in my lecture. One element that kind of is to a large extent responsible, or might be responsible, for this African bias, and here I draw on the work of Adam Branch mainly, is the changing geopolitical climate after 9/11. So the International Criminal Court and international criminal justice was very much a project of the optimism, post-Cold War optimism of the 1990s. The Berlin Wall has fallen, and from now on, the world will be ruled by the rule of law. But then, of course, came 9/11, and what came after 9/11, the invasion of Afghanistan, of Iraq, was again power politics as usual. So the ICC had to operate in a new geopolitical environment in which it went for the weakest targets, those states, less powerful states on the world stage, which it found more easy to prosecute. So that is one part of the answer. Second part of the answer, and here I draw on Maxime Kamari Clark, is the notion of legal encapsulation. So international criminal justice is very much founded on the idea of an individual subject who is individually responsible for committing certain crimes. Now, of course, you know, this kind of focuses on strongly focused on individual perpetrators. Individual perpetrators, while often ignoring the impact of, say, large corporations, large multinational, other actors on the international scene, that might be co-responsible for certain acts of violence. For example, thinking very specifically about the situation in the Rwanda-Congolese borderland, the ICC went after the warlords responsible for the killings, but what remained out of sight were basically multinational corporations who had an interest in, who had a financial interest in political instability, who kind of had an interest in instability, and who at one point there are allegations of them having financed mercenaries, etc., etc. So that's, I think, is there a deliberate conspiracy? No, but there were kind of certain elements, both intrinsic to criminal justice and also extrinsic, related to the geopolitical environment, that were responsible for this African bias. But then, of course, if you follow the news, just last week, a preliminary chamber issued a ruling allowing the Office of the Prosecutor to investigate possible war crimes committed in Palestinian territories. So I would say that would very much be a kind of a litmus test for the ICC, whether it's only meant to go after less powerful actors, but and then to really have to prove that it can also be an instrument for prosecuting those powerful actors in the world stage as well. That it's not just, so that I think the ICC has to prove that it's not just about prosecuting actors in powerless states, but that it should also prosecute Western allies, for example. So let's see what happens there. Okay, I hope that answered your question.
Thank you. It did. If I get you right, what you've summarized is that, well, there appears to be some conspiracy, but that there are also circumstances from the Western world where there are particular cases that we believe ought to go to the ICC, and it's a litmus test whether they will really get to be tried there, so that this suspicion of conspiracy against African nations maybe can be put aside. Professor, Prof, we want to express our appreciation to you for the time you have taken to interact with us, not just through your recorded lecture, but also by this live virtual interaction that you have had with us. Oh, there is now a question online. Eberechukwu Omezwe Nadi. Okay, so well, let's take that question very briefly before we close this session. Please, Ebere, can you unmute yourself so that you can speak and we'll hear? Unmute yourself. Have you? Please, you are here to unmute yourself. Can you unmute yourself so that you can speak? Unless you unmute yourself, we will not be able to hear you. We are still waiting for you to unmute yourself. All right. Yes. Please, can you speak?
Okay.
Good afternoon.
My question is on the role of lawyers in the criminal justice courts. The lawyers play a role in ensuring justice. How does it interrelate, to pragmatics? Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes. Sorry.
Yes.
So the question is, how does the work of lawyers relate to pragmatics, right?
Yes, sir. In the International Court of Justice.
I think at a very basic level, I mean, what lawyers doing is very much verbal activity. Lawyers are people of the world, are people of the word. My experience when you talk to lawyers and you try to explain to a lawyer the significance of a speech act or the significance of say, the representational value of speech, the way in which language contributes to shaping a particular version of reality. Lawyers, it don't take long effort to convince a lawyer of the effect of pragmatics. And I think that illustrates that pragmatics is of central interest to what lawyers are doing. The law is about, and lawyering is about using language in a way that is effective in a certain situation and using language with the name of accomplishing certain ends. So, in that sense, I think that lawyers benefit both from say rhetorics and research insights from pragmatics, and that also what lawyers are doing is of central interest to us pragmatic scholars. And that, of course, that holds for the ICC, but not just for lawyers working at the ICC. That holds for people working within the law in general. I think in general, I think pragmatics and linguistics is a very useful perspective on legal work, whether it be at the ICC, whether it be elsewhere, but and which is why legal pragmatics and forensic linguistics are such growing fields within the science of linguistics and pragmatics. I hope that answered your question.
Well, it's what takes place in the courtroom is discussed, whether it is the conventional court, is international criminal court. I think it's clear. And patterns established between the witnesses, the lawyers, the witnesses, the judge, all that. So I think you have cleared it. I'm most grateful to you. And I think at this time it remains for us to express our very profound appreciation to you, sir, for finding time out to interact with this audience and for honoring the Nigerian Pragmatics Association with your intellectual resources as well as your time. The significant feedback from Nigeria that we have been to have a situation where one of us will be invited to address your association in Finland on some relevant aspect of pragmatics, where some of our resource persons will also be available to you. We are very grateful to you, and we believe that this will not, this will rather be the beginning of further interaction between you, your association, Pragmatics Association in Finland, and indeed Finland itself and Nigeria, so that this discourse will continue to the benefit of pragmatics as a discipline, and even to the bilateral relationship between Nigeria and Finland. We are grateful to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's having been successfully concluded. We are very grateful to this audience for remaining here up to this time, and very much bringing this parallel session to a close, and then we shall have a little break before we go for the parallel sessions. But the important item that we had deferred from the morning period to this afternoon is the presentation of the e-books, PrAN's e-books, as well as the physical books. LOC chair, where is LOC man? Yes, sir. Do we have the copies of the physical books? All right. So we now want to go to that item, the presentation of both e-books and the physical book. They had copies of the books. But before that takes place, that presentation introducing the items and all that will be done by the editor of the series. But before then, the president of the Pragmatics Association of Nigeria has a few comments to make. Mr. President, sir. Please, let's put hands together for Mr. President addressing us.
Well, thank you very much. We are very mindful of the fact that they have been sitting for so long, and very soon we are going to come to the end of this event. But I'm doing two things very quickly. The first is that the order in which we are going to have the presentation of book is first to have the editor of the series, Professor Niyi or somebody, come forward and talk to us about the series. We have the e-version, we have the hard copy version too, and we have announced earlier on that everyone that's a participant in this conference should get at least a copy. If you want the e-version, fine, you pay 500 naira for the e-copy, and then you have the copy. If you want the two, just 1,000 naira. So if you have not done so, you can step out, go to the PrAN desk, pay 1,000 naira, and in the next 1 hour or so, you are already connected to the copies, so you can read them. But if you want the hard copies, and we have very few copies, less than 70 copies are available, you can get them for 2,500 naira each. I'm going to buy the e-copies and also the hard copies. So if you want to be like me, just be behind me and then do the needful. But we also want to launch the book. It's a different thing. Buying the copies is another launching the book. And Dr. Ekundayo is available, who would do that for us. After the presentation, Dr. Ekundayo will come forward and do the money part of it. We want to raise money so that we can pay the publisher. That's one. Then two, the other one, which is very important, is the need to make a public announcement. We received an abstract from Dr. Shola, who's supposed to be participating in this conference, but who could not be here. And he indicated that he is of Veritas University, Abuja. Now, Veritas University just wrote us a very strong mail, a very strong WhatsApp message that Dr. Anshola is no longer of Veritas University. So we are not aware of that officially. So we are very sorry that happened on behalf of Anshola, not on behalf of our association, because we do not have any formal communication to that effect. So I'm announcing that publicly,
that Dr. Anshola is not of Veritas University. So thank you very much for listening. So we move on. Professor Oniyo Shambade.
Thank you so very much, my boss and President, Pragmatic Association of Nigeria. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a wonderful moment being here. Benin has been very accommodative. And of course, the people around Benin have been very friendly. Now, to my business. I am the series editor of the book we are about to publicly present. As I'm about to, the book is in two series for now. We have the first series being speech acts, Gratian and neo-Gratian, neo-Gratian, and post-Gratian traditions. And the second volume, I think, addresses politeness concepts, model, and theories. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to briefly, very briefly, speak about what led to the publication of this book. Sometimes last year, the country was ravaged by COVID-19 pandemic, and of course, that made all of us to stay at home. As scholars and teachers, students, we were not used to being very idle, or better still, we were not used to being idle at all. The leadership of the association thought of a way to engage us as scholars and academics. And we evolved e-lecture series that addressed different topical areas in our discipline, Pragmatics. And of course, the e-lecture series were handled by competent academics in various universities in Nigeria who are members of our association, the largest Pragmatics association in Africa. I thought I would get a round of applause for that. Thank you. In the first series, there were 7 lectures handled, like I said, by competent scholars around Nigerian universities. And those topics addressed, as we have on the blog of the book, some of the key foundational and updated cognitive philosophical perspective that influence the field of pragmatics. Now, the 7 chapters that we have in the book succinctly account for the various traditions of speech act theory, neo-post-Gratian interventions, and are copiously illustrated in a way that readers can easily understand. So, this volume of the series we call Theory and Practice of Pragmatic series that is being published by the Pragmatic Association of Nigeria is a useful resource material for students, scholars who are interested in the tenet of which the theories that were discussed run and the application to discourses and texts. So we would expect that pragmaticians, scholars, and students who are working within some of those theories and of course other corridor of pragmatics would get the book. I think it is mandatory. The second volume addresses politeness concepts, models, and theory. And of course, it is devoted to several theories and models of politeness and impoliteness. People within the tradition of the discipline quite understand what we're saying. Today, we listen to one of the keynotes by Kupepe on impoliteness, and of course, this material will help us in further understanding the nuances of that theory. So, there are 2 chapters in volume 2, and this explores considerations in the conception and theorization of politeness and impoliteness in the discipline of pragmatics. Thus, this second volume, just like the first, provides pen for notes. Students here will be very useful. In addition, it serves established scholars, people like me, people like you, who are here seated,
and researchers, many of you postgraduate and PhD students, you would be able to get minute details on concepts that you already know and provide you with necessary updates on those concepts you already know. So new entrants in today will be very, very useful. We have insight into the new theoretic entrants into politeness scholarship. So on this note, I hereby present the book series titled Theory and Practice of Pragmatics series, volume 1 and 2 for our professional and academic consumption. Now, there are many other editors of each of the series who worked with me. I'm just the overall series editor. Thank you for your rapt attention. I hand the mic to someone who handles the mini part of the program with respect to this book series. Thank you.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. So that reminds me of being in church. I would always say, praise the Lord, praise the Lord, praise the Lord. Are some of you actually answering? Good afternoon. So I'd like to stick to the existing already established protocol. So today we want to launch our PrAN lecture series books. You know, we did this together, right? Hello? We did together, right? And here is one of the results of what we've done. And so we want to actually come together again and see how we can also have this book. It's not just about bringing them to be published this way. We need to have them and make references to them as well. So we want to begin the launching, what we would like to know as launching of these books. The serial editor has spoken a lot about it, so I'm going to speaking about it. My job here is for us to launch it. Just like the president has said earlier, the book, one of them go for what? 2,000 and what? 500 naira. But I'd like people to, come out and maybe for the launching of it, give us more than that. So for us to do that, we'll begin with Pragmatics to lead us. They will have to come out and launch the book for us. So by that, I will call on the president of the association, Professor Akin Odebumi. Okay, the VP. I'm sorry about the bridge. So the VP, do you want to take it from here? Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I could remove this. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to all the professors here and everyone gathered. We're so delighted to have these books launched. And I would like to make something remarkable. I remember that one of the times at the platform, Pragmatics Association platform, Professor Adebite mentioned that these lectures should actually come in to be published as books. Do we all remember that? Okay, so we all moved the motion very positive, and we need to acknowledge that. So with that push, it was a propelling motion that made the books get to the press. And more series are to come. So more lectures will come and they will be published. So at point, we are glad to have materials that help our association to move forward, where we can be more scholars as we have contributed from eminent scholars that have given the lectures. At this point, I'd like to launch this book on behalf of the association with the permission of our president with 50,000 naira from the PrAN Association purse. So you can see that the association has set the ball rolling, and then individuals can launch. Now, if I crave the indulgence of my president standing here, personally, I'd like to launch the 2 books with 20,000 naira. Thank you very much.
Okay, so let me have my copy.
Okay, is there anybody that can make it? Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. Please, another round of applause. One for her and one for the association, please. Let's make it. Yeah, I was going to think about that when she was saying specifically for the association, and I started thinking, what about you? And she actually read my thoughts. Yeah, so we are would also bring in Department of English, the University of Benin, to also do the needful. So we are talking about the of English, the University of Benin. The image you have already established. Thank you, sir. Okay. Okay.
Please, I have the authority of the acting head of the Department of English and Literature, University of Benin, to launch the 2 volumes, of this seminal book with a sum of 10,000 naira.
Thank you very much. Please, let's make the clap. We are giving. She didn't pay. Okay, sorry. Just a little direction. For PrAN, how many copies are you? 5 copies each. Okay, that's okay. Very well.
Then Dr. BCK 20,000.
Please, just a moment.
10,000 each. You get it. You can get from my department. That's 5 copies. That's one.
Okay. Is there anybody else? So put 5 copies. So, MVP, what about okay, let's move on. Let's keep running. So the next would like to also go to the audience. Are there people whose schools are represented here? Do we have deans, provosts, HODs of different schools, different departments? Do we have anybody here? So beside the University of Benin, and are there other departments? Are there other schools? Do you want us to hear about your school? Thank you.
My name is Olatunde Ayodabo. I'm the Dean Postgraduate School of my university, and I belong to Department of English at JICA. So on behalf of the department, I'm buying, purchasing 4 copies for 20,000 naira.
Thank you, madam.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Abiodun Ayeni from the English and Literary Studies Department, Veritas University, Abuja. On behalf of me and my department and my school, I'm launching 1 copy each for 10,000 naira.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Please let's kindly encourage them with, a very warm and encouraging round of applause. We are still looking out for other institutions who would like to be represented here.
Please, where the Department of English and Literature has the pride of being the one that initiated and revived it. We initiated it, it went moribund, and after very many years, we have it revived, and that is the Literary Association of Nigeria, a sister professional association, this time in the literary arts. And with us here is the National Secretary of the association. And I had introduced the acting head of the department as a brand new associate professor. This time the secretary herself is a brand new full professor of literature. And she is here, so we want to invite her to celebrate her professorship with us by launching this book for the association. I wouldn't be surprised if she also launches it by herself after launching it for the association. Dr. H. Obi Okolocha, rather, who was a professor, doctor before, she was doctor until 30th September 2019, but from 1st October 2019, she is Professor H. Anna Obi Okolocha. Professorship announced 24 hours ago, backdated to 1st October 2019. Professor Okolocha, you are most welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's good to be here. Congratulations. I'm here on behalf of the Literary Society of Nigeria. We don't have a lot of money, but we have 10,000 naira to launch your book. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Congratulations. Congratulations, congratulations. So please, if you're here, you're a student, a PG student, an undergraduate student from another school, a staff member, a faculty, and probably you're not the HOD or the dean, you can just take a walk outside and make a call to your HOD or whoever it is, so that you can probably have an agreement. If not for anything, you can always come up and launch the book in the name of your university or department. It's always good for your institution to be represented here. Yes, so in that light, we would like to call Department of English and Literary Studies, Federal University, Lokoja. Yes, thank you so much. We're talking about money.
Afternoon. On behalf of Department of English and Literary Studies, Federal University, Lokoja, we launched the book with 10,000 naira. We will transfer to the association's account. Yeah.
So give her one copy apiece. Thank you. So we are still expecting hands up. If you don't want to come out, you can just write a written note, make a note to us. I really would like your institution to be represented here. Yes, I'm going to do one for my institution, University of Nigeria. And so being the coordinator, I shouldn't do that yet. Let me come from the behind. Okay, while we're still expecting people, so let's begin. While we're expecting other people from other institutions, will be all key persons in Pragmatics. People have a comfortable range for themselves. Would begin this by calling our grad, Professor Adebute. Please do us the honor of launching the books. Thank you. Please, encouragement. Thank you, Daddy.
Thank you very much. It's indeed a pleasure to have the books up, to have them ready for this occasion. Actually, I prepared my mind here. I'm not only the chairman board of trustees. I'm also a member, and I'm an active member for that matter. And my payment is up to date. And I prepared my mind to come here and buy copies of the books as a member. But then, well, so far so good. I won't mention the amount, but it will be more than the cost price for each of the copies. So, thank you. I will get to the treasurer of the association. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you hear that? He doesn't want to mention it. Let's a round of applause, please. A double round of applause. So he doesn't mention the amount, but it will be more than everything you heard. So also, while we are doing that, some people have also sent in notices with respect to their institution. So Department of English, Chrisland University, they want to also register their institution. Yeah, Dr. James.
Very much. On behalf of my university, the Department of English, Chrisland University in Abeokuta, Ogun State, will make payment known to the people, but we are doing something. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, most rich people don't like mentioning the amounts they want to actually roll out. Just a moment, please. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Of course, another notice has come in. So this is Professor Oshoba, Professor Gabriel Oshoba, Department of English, University, Lagos University. We have 10,000 naira. Do you want to please appreciate that? Thank you, Prof. Thank you, sir. We appreciate. So let's also call in, I don't know, Professor Ayodabo has said something on behalf of his institution, but I don't know if you would like to say anything on his own behalf. Sir? Thank you, sir. Thank you, Daddy.
I consider it as one of obligations association. As an African, I respect our culture so much. And if a senior in the association about the has refused to mention an amount, it will be culturally impolite for me to. So I am going to do the same. Thank you. Even if it is 2,600 naira, I'll make sure it is not the cost price for each of the copies. Thank you.
A round of applause. I know it's well, like the Christian folks would like to say, it's well. So let's call in Professor Innocent Chiloa. Okay.
Good afternoon to you all. My name is David Ongole, a postgraduate student of Governor University of Ogun State. I'm standing on behalf of my HOD state here, Professor Innocent Chiloa, my mentor and also head of department. We are launching the book with sum of 15,000 naira for the department, Michael and myself. Thank you and God bless you all.
Another round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much, Professor Chiloa. We are still expecting people from different distinctions. People from different institutions. So while we're expecting that, I would also like to launch on behalf of my institution. Of course, before now I've written my name somewhere down. I've bought the book. That's on my own accord. So on behalf of my Department of English and Literary Studies, University of Nigeria, of course, in the enthusiasm of being the next host, would like to launch 4 copies of the book at 20,000 naira. People should encourage us now. Thank you. So we're still expecting, even anytime any institution is ready to, institutions.
I will try to consult with my program. I've not received any reply yet, but I stand here to say we will launch the book and the amount will be disclosed to the association. Thank you.
So that is Benin University. She didn't, many of us might not know that. So that is Benin University, is a very significant one. Okay, sir. Okay. So at any time, any institution is ready to do this, you can always, pass, just like she said, anytime you're able to communicate with your HODs and all this, so you can always, we have very many institutions represented here. So on that note, we come to the end of this. Okay, so somebody from the University of Calabar would also like to not have their university represented.
Thank you. On behalf of the Department of English and Literary Studies, University of Calabar, I want to launch this book with the sum of 10,000 naira.
Yeah, so pick the book. Okay, so this will be the end for this segment. Thank you.
We are most grateful to Dr. Onmoye for anchoring this segment of the program. It's an indication of what we are likely to be treated to next year at the University of Nigeria and Nsukka. And of course, while I am in Uniben, I wish to disclose my affiliation to the University of Nigeria. I did my undergraduate studies at the University of Nigeria and Nsukka, and so you are actually going to my alma mater. And if Uniben has treated you well, I believe UNN will treat you better with all kinds of things, including what we call Okpa. I don't know how many of you know Okpa. Oh, sorry. Huh? Oh, we should go to the north. Well, we will decide. I believe that at the AGM here, we will decide and possibly go to the north. And if we'll go to the north, I'll prefer Maiduguri than any other place, or Gwazo town itself. Or shall we even make it as Sambisa Forest itself? We will pragmatically root out Boko Haram. By the time we get there, you know what we can do.
You know what we can do. Ladies and gentlemen, please, we now call on each of us to buy copies of the book. If the word launching scares us, because by launching you ought to pay a little more than the basic buying price. And so let's just walk to the desk and drop 5,000 naira and we have a copy of each of the books. If you decide to pick only one volume, if you have only 2,500 naira, you pick one volume. If you have 5,000 naira, you pick the 2 volumes. And I think that there is something in the hard copy that is not in the soft copy. There is something, of course, with the hard copy, if you must relate it to our context, it's not at every point in time that you have power to even power your phone. And of course, reading a book chapter to chapter on your phone, on your laptop, it is never the same thing as holding the hard copy and reading it. So I encourage each of us just to walk to the table, drop the 2 copies, and then we have our drop 5,000 naira and we have a copy of each of the 2 volumes. That should be going on.
Hello, participants. I'm Professor Dirity Lime. I shall be coordinating this the virtual parallel session. So please, we will break up into these parallel sessions in the next 5 minutes. So just give us the next 5 minutes so that I will be with you and we'll proceed with our own session. Thank you.
Abi?
Yes.
They are excited now. See them. Excited. My
technology.
My voice is out. Okay. Okay, we'll be with you. So speak to me.
Hello, good evening.
Okay.
Hello, good evening. Good evening. Do you hear me?
Just tell them.
Hello.
They can't talk. You said it.
Okay. If you hear me, please just type 1 in the chat. Can you? All right. Okay. I have seen David Olorushogo. All right. That is one. I have seen Oluwashola. I know. I have seen. I've seen Adebukola. Is it Feisiton? Yes, that is there also. David Olutogo, Dr. Ayo Sisawo, Dr. Orowo Atoma is also there. In all, how many do we have?
Chinwe.
Okay, there is also Chinwe Ahumareze, I suppose that is the name. Then there is Orowo Atoma.
Okay.
In the meeting, so far there are 10 persons in the meeting.
Yeah, so let's take the names according to the. Okay, let me help you.
Yeah.
Okay, so welcome. I'm going to be assisting. This is Professor Taylor.
Taylor.
Yes. I'm going to be assisting him here, and we are going to take the presentation based on your responses. It will tell you how many minutes you have per participant. Definitely, we should be able to take all the 10 of you that are in the house now, and then maybe subsequent people that join us later will then have to be taken tomorrow during tomorrow's parallel session. Just take note. Adebukola Feishetan, Oluwashola Aina. Okay, we can see you waving.
Yes.
David Olorunsogo, Dr. Yoshi Sanwo, and Orowo Atoma, Chinwe Awumareze. So we are going to take you in that order. So it will tell you how many minutes you have. Some others will join us along the line. So then we'll take it up from there. So we could have challenge with internet, just hang on. And if you also have challenge with internet, just make sure that you rejoin. So now we are going to enable it that everybody will be able to unmute themselves. So, but we want you to keep yourself muted if you are not talking, please. The initial setting is that we don't allow you to unmute yourself, but now we want to allow you to unmute yourself so that you can interact once in a while, and please don't let us abuse that. And then Prof will take over, then we'll see how far we can go. Thank you. So if you ask one question, I will be able to answer.
All right, now what we'll do, first of all, let me know, if there is anybody here who is participating in this session, but is not a paper presenter. Do I know if all of you are presenting papers? If you are presenting a paper, please type 2 so that I may know how many papers we have. Okay, I think somebody. Okay, Fabishola is presenting. How do I look this?
No, you don't have to go there. I will just somebody is talking. Somebody wants to ask a question, or it was a mistake.
That you are home.
Yeah, Christabel Onyema. What does she want to say?
Okay, Christabel Onyema.
Let her ask a question.
Dr. Christabel Onyema, you want to ask a question? Do you want to ask a question?
I'm presenting a paper.
Okay.
No, I'm presenting a paper.
All right, you're also presenting a paper. All right, I have noted Fabishola, then Christabel Onyema. Ayo Sistron. Then which other person?
So if you are presenting, please type 2, just like you instructed.
Yes,
we have only got 3 of you.
We have got 3 persons that are presenting: Fabishola, Christabel, and Ayo Sison. Is there any other person? Please, if you are presenting, type 2.
Oh, what is wrong with this thing now? Nice.
Is Chinwe also presenting? Chinwe. What is his name?
Well, I don't know. Sorry.
Adebukola.
David Olonsogo.
David.
Yes. Olonsogo. Orowa Atoma.
Orowa Atoma.
Yes. Nwa Diego Chinedozi.
Oh, I'm presenting.
Eberechukwu Omezue Nnadi. Eberechukwu Omezue Nnadi.
Eberechukwu.
What do you want to do? Sorry. My own. So I'm the only one, so I'll just do my presentation. It's the iPhone. Yours is there? Yes, the iPhone. No. I don't oh, okay. You have yours. Check. Mine is not iPhone. Yes. Which one are you using? Those black. No. I'm using Type-C.
Dayo Okoro.
Yes.
I did Dayo Okoro.
Let me show you. Because this thing I go on, if it goes up, okay, you have the pin. You have pin.
All right, do you hear me? I have noted some 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have noted 9 persons so far that are presenting. Fabishola is presenting. Christabel Onyema is presenting. Ayo Sisonwo is presenting. Adebukola Oyiseton is presenting. David Olorunsogo is presenting. Aroa Atoma is presenting. Uwadegu Chinedozie is presenting. Eberechukwu Omezue Nnadi is presenting. Adedayo is presenting. In that order. I don't know if there is I don't know if there is any 10th person, because I thought there were 10 persons in this. Okay, Dr. Ayo Sisonwo is here. Adebukola Fayiseton. Adebukola Fayiseton. Fayiseton is here. All right. But I've not. Okay, Fabishola Bright. So please, shall we take you in this order? We'll first take Febishola Bright. Next will be Christabel Unyema. Next will be Ayo Sisongo Adebukola. So you will take them in this. Number one is Febishola Bright, Christabel Unyema, Ayo Sisongo Adebukola Feyi Seton, David Olorunsogo, Aroa Atoma, Uwadiegu Chinedozie, Eberechukwu Omezue Nale, and then Adedayo Okoro. If you hear me, we'll take you in that particular order. We shall be giving 10 minutes to each person to make the presentation, and just as in the physical classroom, other members in this panel will, in this particular session, will be asking questions, and the presenter will respond as with any other physical conference presentation. So please, I would plead with all of us to be quiet. You can unmute your device so that you can also follow and make contributions where necessary. But please, let's pay attention and be attentive to the presenter until the end of the presentation, so that of course, since we are 9 together, I would like to give that 10 minutes to each of them. I'm tempted for us to take them in threes. 3 persons, we take the 3, then we ask questions, or I don't know, maybe I'll have to program, maybe we take each person and then the response. Well, let's take each person and see how we can manage our time between now and when we are supposed to rise from here. And so, if you have all unmuted yourself, shall we hear Febishola Bright? Febishola Bright. Hello? Febishola Bright. I have not heard you. Can you unmute your device so that you can speak? I suppose hello? Febishola Bright.
I think she's trying to unmute herself.
Okay. Have you unmuted yourself? I have also not seen your face. I wish, is your video also on?
Yes, her video is on. Her video is on.
It's not on.
Yes.
Because I've not seen her. You've not been able to unmute yourself. There is the mute button now, so it should be written on mute, so that once you click on that on mute, it will become mute, and we can follow you. Hello? Febishola Bright.
Sorry, let me. Hello, Febishola. Are you ready? Is Febishola there? If she's not ready, then we take on. It could be internet connection. We are also struggling. Let me just. I'm going to make everybody. Who wants to present now? Who is next?
Is that Febishola? In our absence, we'll take Christabel Onyema.
Christabel Onyema, are you ready?
Yes.
So, okay, I'm going to give you permission now. Just hold on. That PowerPoint you want to use? Christabel Onyema, do you have PowerPoint you want to present? Please unmute yourself and talk to us. Do you want to use PowerPoint? Do you want to use PowerPoint? Can even talk to them directly. So that Christopher, we seem to have lost your. Well, you are still there. I can still see you.
I think this Christopher.
But you muted yourself. Please unmute yourself. Unmute. Just press that speaker icon. Every other person who is not presenting that show, please remain muted.
Hello.
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 Yes. Yes.
Hello. Can you hear?
Do you have PowerPoint?
Yes, we hear you.
No, no.
Do you have PowerPoint?
No PowerPoint.
No, sir.
Okay.
All right.
No,
I give them as much as
no.
I'll present from my paper.
Okay. All right. All right. So with that PowerPoint, we believe you will be able to make your presentation in some 6 minutes. Can you?
Yes, I'll try.
All right.
Yes,
so
I'll
you are
try.
not, okay. All right. You are welcome.
Okay.
So
thank you.
Can we hear you? From what I see, you are to make a presentation concerning the pragmatic stylistic study of selected whatever in coronavirus. So can we hear you, please?
Yes. The objective of the study are, one, to identify and explain the illocutionary functions of language used in the selected speeches, to identify the use of presupposition and mutual contextual belief in arriving at the speaker's intended meaning, to identify and characterize the stylistic features of speeches on the outbreak of COVID-19, and finally, to isolate, if any, the difference between the style of these speakers and those of their inaugural speeches. The key terms in the title we are clearly explained in the paper. Such terms like pragmatics, stylistics, coronavirus, speech act, locution act.
Dr.
Can you hear me?
Dr. Christopher,
Yes, sir.
yeah, we are starting with you, and somehow I couldn't. I lost track with you from the outset. So can you just start? I know that you stated the objectives of the paper. What is the full title? Because what I printed is a bit photo. What is the title and then the objectives?
The topic is a pragma stylistic study of selected president speeches at the outbreak of coronavirus.
All right.
The key terms in the topic were clearly explained. Such terms like pragmatics, stylistics, coronavirus, speech acts, illocutionary acts, and pragmastylistic approach to meaning were clearly explained. The selected speeches are Donald Trump's speech of March 11, 2020, Boris Johnson's speech of
Hello, we seem to be having some problem.
2020 of
hello?
March 26 speech of March 25. Hello?
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 Yeah, there is some breaking. There is some break in your speech. I heard you mention Donald Trump, the speech of Donald Trump in March 2020, but after that there was some break.
Okay, the second text is taken from Boris Johnson's address to the nation of March 20. Yes, Boris Johnson. Then Buhari's statement of March 26th and Uhuru Kenyatta's address of March 25th, 2020.
All right.
I selected Austin's speech as theory of 1962. This theory was adopted to identify and explain the illocutionary functions of language used by the selected presidents. In addition, pragmatic presupposition and mutual contextual belief were also used and bringing out the intended meaning of the speakers. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you clearly.
Yes. Hello?
Yeah, hello, I hear you clearly. Do you? Yes.
Okay. So let me now go into the explanation of the speech art and illocutionary arts. But I looked at the 5 types of illocutionary arts.
Hello, there is a little.
Okay, can you hear me now? Hello. Hello.
Yes.
It's raining here. I don't know why.
Oh, all right. But continue.
Okay, can you
we have some seizures and all that, but just continue.
Okay.
Connecting their own.
I looked at types of illocutionary art. As I explained 5 tips, that's according to OSEC tips, and the S4 in the speech selected for analysis. These presidents are first before I talk about the sorry, I'm going to look at the pragmatic analysis before I do the stylistic analysis. In summary, the pragmatic analysis of the speech shows that frame in the first line. This greeting frame was used to, can you hear me? Hello? 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 I said that Trump started with a greeting frame. And dedications of his. Hello? 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 Can you hear me?
You can go ahead, ma. We can hear you.
Okay. I said I'm going to do the pragmatic analysis before I go into the stylistic aspect of the analysis. So I'm going to take the speeches one after the other. The analysis of Trump's speech shows that the speaker made use of a greeting frame, which is my fellow Americans. This greeting frame is a marker of congeniality between the president and the citizens. So the greeting frame is expected to win the confidence of the citizens and reinforce social ties that bind the speaker and the hearers in the face of a deadly virus. So I would say that using that greeting frame is invested in the well-being of his citizens. In summary, there are the following numbers of illocutionary arts in Trump's speech. The use of behaviorism, there are 4 uses of behavioristic arts, 6 uses of executive arts, 2 uses of commissative arts, 2 uses of predictive arts, and 4 uses of expositive arts. Then the pragmatic analysis of Boris Johnson's speech shows that his greeting device was just good evening. He didn't. The greeting device was not warm, heartwarming, just like in that of Trump's speech. So it was like there was no close relationship between him and his hearers. But in summary, there are use of 6 expositives, 4 behaviors, and 10 executives acts. This shows that there are more use of expositive acts in his speech than the behaviors and expositives. Then the pragmatic analysis of Buhari's speech shows that the speaker just started with the introduction of his proposition or topic without even greeting his audience or his hearers. This shows that lack of feeling towards the citizens. He's not interested in their anxieties over the outbreak of the pandemic. So in summary, I discovered that there are 12 expositive acts used in the speech, positive acts, and 4 behaviors acts. So the ratio of expositive acts to that of the other acts show that the speaker was only interested in exercising his power without recourse to the citizens' well-being. Then a pragmatic analysis of Kenyatta's speech shows that he started with a greeting frame, such as fellow citizens, and this greeting frame was repeated 6 times in his speech. This shows that he is invested in the feeling, the anxiety, and the well-being of his hearers, who are his citizens, even though he exercises his power by giving orders and instruction in his speech. Even towards the end of the speech, he made use of the Kenyan native language. This shows that he is one of them, that together they could defeat the pandemic. But in summary, the summary of the locutionary acts in his speech are as follows. Use 14, there are positive acts, 9 uses of behaviors acts, plus the 6 greeting frames, which has to do with the feeling and emotion of the speaker. So I would say that there were 15 behaviors acts in the speech. Then there are 5 commissive acts and 1 vindictive act. So the speaker made use of more extensive acts in the issue of orders, instructions, yet he used behaviors acts to cushion the effect of the threatening, the first threatening that should have come with the extensive acts. So when you look at the number of behaviors acts and the sensitive acts, you find out that they were balanced. So there are also some pragmatic concepts that were predominant in the speeches. There was the pragmatic presupposition, which has to do with the shared background knowledge between the interlocutors that could make a speaker's meaning to be more glaring. So the presupposition were used in the different speeches. For instance, Buhari made use of such presupposition when he talked about COVID-19. He started with COVID-19, but without letting us or thinking if the others knew what the pandemic was all about, COVID-19 was all about. Just started other speakers like Boris Johnson made use of it. Then because in the test studies. There were use of lexical items of health disease, pandemic, use of expressions that were not often used in the society every day. There were expressions like isolate, quarantine, cover your nose, social distancing, avoid large crowds. These were not part of the society. And about, let me say, 20 years ago, since I've not heard of such regulations in the society. So people are not used to such expressions. There were use of repetition for emphasis, especially when it comes to issuing orders and instructions in the text. There were also structural features such as periodic sentences. There are more periodic sentences than the loose sentences. There were also command structures. These command structures were used in giving orders and restrictions. The command structures made the speeches look like a military speech. You see such command structures like with immediate effect, effective immediately, we will suspend, etc. There were also use of personification. There were instances where they talked about to beat the virus or to hurt the virus as if it has human quality, or as if it could be fought, or as if the virus could be fought. So this is called a violation of selection restriction rule in linguistic stylistics. So it is not a normal, or does not collocate with there was no collocation in that language use. Hello?
Yeah, hello, yeah.
Hello?
I hear you clearly, except that you will need to round off now. Because you as a starting person, I've actually given you a little more time that you will need to round off now. Okay. Thank you. Because your presentation has been exciting, I've given you extra time. Thank you. Yes.
Features is that in this test started with the first person pronoun I, the first person pronoun I,
yeah,
and ended with the plural pronoun.
Hello, is there a hitch on your part, on your side? Hello? I think there is a break somewhere. Maybe it's network problem, but it should be on your side.
And I discovered that was used as a symbol of sir. Hello?
Hello, yes, you are back, yes.
Hello?
Hello, yes, do you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, I hear you. Okay,
the use of the plural pronoun we was to show collective responsibility and involvement or inclusiveness. It was also used to reduce distance between the speaker and the hearer. Then there were use of ethical appeal, especially in the Kenyan president's speech, which was to instill believability in the audience to show that he is credible, he's truthful, he's only interested in their well-being, even though he issued so many orders, restrictions, and instructions. There was use of pathetic appeal to stir the hearer's emotion to pity. So they will be forced to comply to the directive. The dominant tone in the speeches were the tone of empathy. That was the dominant tone in the speeches. Then we have some graphological features like the use of capital letters, use of quotation, then use of acronyms, etc.
Yes, you obviously have a lot of information, but I think you will need to get to the conclusion.
Okay, I will want to go down. Yes, I want to go down to the, but in conclusion, I will say that, I will conclude by saying that Austin's speech act theory was the locutionary acts. Austin's locutionary were we are used, we are employed to identify and explain the illocutionary functions of language used by the selected presidents. And these features brought out the meaning of the text, and that we are also stylistic features that we are used to characterize the text. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. We thank you greatly. We thank you greatly for that presentation. I think you've set the stage on a very good note because your presentation was very lucid in applying Austin's speech acts in analyzing the speeches of 4 presidents concerning the coronavirus and all taking the speeches that were made in March 2020 and in analyzing them. And what excites me is that you seem to have identified that it is the speech of the African president, notably Uhuru Kenyatta, that seems to have the greatest or indicate the greatest amount of empathy. African leaders, we sometimes accuse our presidents of not being nice on the citizenry as much as Western leaders, but you seem to find out that Uhuru Kenyatta's speech suggested, at least in the from a pragmatic point of view, from the linguistic point of view, greater empathy. So we thank you for this presentation. Please, other participants, now unmute yourself. We just want to give 2 persons opportunity to ask questions so that Christabel Onyema can respond. Please, if you have a question, would you just raise up your hand so that we'll recognize you? You all listened to Dr. Christabel Onyema's presentation. Is that Adebukola? You have a question? Okay, that is one. Any other person? Any other person? So can we hear your question? Can you unmute your device and ask your question? Please, every other person should now mute. Yes. Hello. Please.
Sorry. Hello, I did not raise up my hand, please.
Oh, you did not? I thought you did. No. So anybody that wants to ask a question, does anybody have a question? Okay, if you are unable to raise up your hand, okay, can you type 3 in the chat so that I can ask you to. Okay, Frederick, you want to ask a question, I suppose?
Yes.
Hello? Okay. All right.
Yes,
Frederick,
yes, good
John.
evening.
Oh, good evening. I hear you now. I can hear you.
Okay.
Can you now ask your question?
Okay, I would like to thank Doctor for the brilliant presentations. It was really a tacky presentation.
Yes.
Well, first, I would want to say that the presentation looks a bit more bulky for a paper.
Okay.
So, and having said that, I'd like to ask, when you talked about the African presidents showing more empathy in their speeches,
yes,
I wanted to ask, is there not a different mutual or contextual mutual understanding about what characterized empathy in the speech of Africans and that of the Westerners?
Please,
What
can you repeat that question?
I wanted to say that is there no difference between what characterized empathy in the speeches of African based on our social cultural background? For instance, this is a place where you believe that you have to pity people before you show them enormous amount of pity, and you have to show that in feeling in words before they can understand that you are empathizing.
Okay.
But do we feel that is it the same condition in the Western species, in the Western context? So what counts as empathy in our context? Does it count as empathy in the Western context?
All right.
Then I also want to encourage or advise that in the analysis, she can try to create an interface between the speech act and the style. She can, rather than have two sectional analysis, there are no way she can create an interface between the style and the speech act that they use.
So are you suggesting that in her presentation she didn't create an interface between the two?
Yeah, she handled
and
both
the style?
differently.
Okay, she
And there are
handled the
some
two
instances
separately.
where we have double analysis.
Yeah, you had actually mentioned also that the presentation was rather much the amount of data.
Yeah.
Are you also suggesting that the two could as well have been two different presentations or two different papers?
It could be two different presentations.
All right.
And the context itself should have been the basis for selection of the species, the African context and the Western context. So we cannot handle those by the contextual issues.
But if she didn't take the two texts from the two different cultures, would she have been able to establish this difference if she didn't adopt
And
a comparative?
that's the basis. That's the basis for asking.
Yes.
That why would she now conclude that one speech is more empathic than the other?
Okay.
Is there? Did she measure them on the same parameter based on considering the fact that there are two different social contexts, social or cultural contexts? So if you measure them by the same parameter, I would say possibly it's not too good, considering the fact that there's what is acceptable in our own social cultural context,
yes,
and what is also acceptable in the Western social cultural context that will inform empathy in their species.
All right. Thank you, Frederick John. Dr. Christabel Onyema, did you hear the question well? Please, Frederick John, can you mute your system now so that Dr. Christabel Onyema can unmute her own and respond? Dr. Onyema, are you with me?
Oh. Hello. Hello.
Yes. Do you hear me? Hello, Dr. Onyema.
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
All right. Did you hear the questions he asked?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so can you make your response in just 2 minutes?
Okay, they talking about empathy.
Yes.
I would want to say that there is an interface, only that I didn't. The work is bulky. I understand.
Yes.
I didn't quite conclude or bring out certain issues. There was an interface between the pragmatic and the stylistic analysis. After studying the speeches using the locutionary acts,
Hello? Hello? Hello?
The ratio of excessitives and behaviors shows, because behaviors has to do with as the speakers. I said behaviors has to do. I said, can you hear? Hello?
Hello?
attitude and emotion towards it. When a number or the ratio of hello.
Participants, the way we are doing. Yes, hello, I hear you. Do you hear me?
Okay.
I can hear you.
Okay. I said that I arrived at the point that the speech we are empathetic because of the number of behaviors. But I did not say all African presidents. So Buhari is an African president, but Buhari's speeches we are not empathic. We are not empathic
as much as
that of Uhuru Kenyatta. Yeah. Buhari did not even greet his listeners. He didn't even, there was no greeting device, no greeting frame. He just started with the proposition, with the topic, which was COVID-19. So I measured the empathy from the number of behaviors I discovered from the illocutionary acts. That's why I now I made reference to it as the stylistic feature.
All right, Dr. Christabel Onyema, I think we must thank you for responding well to it and for starting us on a good note such that others will take the cue. Please, it is not because we do not want to permit others to give as much attention, but because we have the challenge of time and other programs in Benin that are going on, we will need to go a little faster. At this time, for a peculiar reason, we would like to take Adebukola Feyiseton. Are you with us? Yes.
Yes, I'm with you. Good evening,
yes,
sir.
For the specific reason that you communicated to us, but please, we want to plead with you to make your presentation in 5 minutes. We are running short of time.
Okay, thank you so very much.
Yeah, please, thank you.
All right. So the paper before me today is I see you, sis. I'm trying to, can I please be permitted to share my slides?
Okay. Share slide,
yes. Yes, you can do it directly.
In 5 minutes. I can't even find that. Can you speak?
Okay. Okay, can I go on without it then?
I'm trying to. What name did you?
Okay, it's okay. Let me comment, sir.
Hold on.
Can I comment, sir?
No, yeah. Share your slides.
Admit.
Yes, you can share your slides now.
Don't bother about admitting. Just share your slides.
Okay. Just a minute.
I hope you can do that.
Okay, are you with me, please?
Yes. Sorry, are you Ayo?
I am not Ayo. Somebody else is sharing, so it's over.
I think. Sorry, Dr. James. I think it's enabled. She can share automatically.
It's passing the message.
But we want to listen to Adebuko.
Okay, let me just listen to it. Let me just read to the paper.
All right. Okay, please.
Okay, the title of the paper is I See You, Sis. The discursive practices on female in being female in Nigeria, being presented today, and the presenters are Feishi Adebukola and Festus Onikbede from the Federal Polytechnic Ilaro. Okay,
but please, can you give me the title again? I see you.
I see you, sis. Sis for sister. I see
sis.
You. Okay. The discursive practices on female in, like female in Nigeria, female in. Okay. So to the introduction, generally in Africa, we female gender is at a disadvantage because we practice the patriarchal system. So women, female gender, as female, we are taught to be submissive, to be silent, to be seen and not to be heard. So many women have suffered physical, mental abuse due to this, and women, but gracefully, women are now expressive of their feelings and are also getting the needed support, you know, with the use of language. So Female in where the data was harvested from is a women-only support group on Facebook, created in 2015 by Lola Omolola. She was motivated to come up with this group when I said in 2015, when 276 girls were kidnapped by Boko Haram at Chibok in the northern part of Nigeria. So Lola Molala believes that women's voices are long undermined, and so she advocates for the amplification of their voices to eradicate the culture of silence in Nigeria. Interestingly, the group has over 1.8 million members in Nigeria and outside. So stories that are shared on the page range from domestic abuse.
Hello. Hello. Do you hear me?
I think she's having network issues.
Adebukola, do you hear me? Do you hear me? Feiseton, are you with me? Do you have a network issues?
It seems so, sir.
Yes. Hello. You have an issue with your network. Hello.
She's back now. Kindly unmute yourself. You're not unmuted yet. Yeah.
Hello. Yes. Hello. Faisal, are you with us?
She's trying to unmute herself.
So you're unable to unmute yourself? But why is it difficult to unmute over there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you now. Yes, you are back.
So the objective of the study is to identify the discursive practices employed by female members on gender engagement in Nigeria's Facebook discourse. So, and another objective of the study is to investigate the discourse features deployed in delegitimizing female members in the Facebook interaction and relate the features to the social cognitive realities of their production. So the theoretical framework was anchored on Van Dyke's social cognitive approach that affirms that text that attempts to make evident the discursive features and strategies that are used in exercising dominance and dominant power. So the methodology, 26 excerpts were harvested from the page Female In on Facebook, and only the posts which demonstrated women's marital experiences for social cognitive practices were extracted and analyzed. So a total of 26 excerpts were analyzed, and a descriptive method of analysis was employed. So the findings and the discussion: female members deployed discursive strategies in the form of self-glorification, neologism, deictic pronouns for inclusion and exclusion, metaphorization, allusion, hyperbolic expressions, code switching, code mixing, and so on. So I'll quickly explain some. So for self-glorification, it's so unfortunate that I can't share my screen, but female members appreciate and affirm their doggedness in their experiences as women. Some members of the group glorify themselves as being determined, you know, the extra length they go to cater for the families and surmount every challenge being faced, especially when they have husbands that are not cooperative or that are deceased. So there's this example here. I am thin, I am a woman, antenatal to delivery bills on me. That's an excerpt. So this person is glorifying herself that despite the fact that she was able to do all those. Another one, I lost my husband in 2020. I have to start living well so as not to deprive my children of their childhood. She now said, see the face of a warrior. So these members believe that strength is drawn from fellow members that have narrated their experiences in time past. And in the second excerpt, the woman in question, like I said, lost her husband. And instead of wallowing in self-pity, she chose to brace up for the sake of her children that needed to be taken care of. So she sees her present predicament as a battle because she glorifies herself as a warrior. So another strategy used is neologism. This deals with the process of word formation. There are some words that people blend. There is a form of coinage and blending that go on the page. For example, there's this contribution by this woman that says, I have named messy activities such as diaper changing as Diapology 101, and I like to think of it as a 6-unit course with a finicky old lecturer who hates dirt and delay. Feeding time has been renamed Breastology 101 by me. History of Lullaby 101 and dancing is one of my favorites because it doesn't require much skills. So from these two excerpts, diapology and breastology are studies of diapers and breastfeeding respectively, according to this woman. And these words connote that women are responsible for changing soft diapers for their babies and also breastfeed them. There is also the use of hyperbolic expressions. For example, we all know what that is. So expressions, intentional use of exaggeration to drive home a message. Yeah. For example, I see you all sis. Now, when ladies come out to present on this page, remember I said you don't judge, you don't preach to them. So rather than judge, rather than preach, they want you to support them. And so what they like when you say I see you all sis, is like giving the lady in question a virtual hug. So I see you all sis. This lady particularly said till infinity. Another lady said I can select food for the world, and she listed food choices that she cannot taste because she can pick for the world. Another.
Can you please round off, please?
Okay, it's okay. So in conclusion, posts on female in Nigeria, were subjected to critical discourse study, and they showed on the platform that discursive power expressions are used to legitimize and to delegitimize, based on the strategies that I listed and the examples, and the application of discursive analytic theory with emphasis on Van Dijk's discursive strategies to critical discourse analysis to analyze the data reviewed, the different strategies used by members to affirm, delegitimize, and legitimize their stand as women with voices. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this presentation, which is entitled I See Sis, indicating I see you, sister. And it suggests well, it is from the text from the Facebook page, Female In. I think we listened to her. She applied Van Dijk's CDA principles, socio-cognitive approach to analyze it. And well, based on the premise that African women are subjugated, they are seen and not heard. That is the assumption that is made. So please, we shall just take a few minutes. Okay, we take one more. We take one more. Please, do we have the Ayo? Dr. Ayo, are you ready to make your presentation? So
yes,
that we can
I'm ready.
take you
Thank you, sir.
All right, so can just go on, please. Let's hear your title and then your presentation. Please, it would be grateful if you can make it in some 6 minutes.
Okay, then. Thank you very much, sir. So I want to say good evening to everyone. Yes, and my presentation is actually titled Us and Them. So I'll be looking at discourses on the October 20 hashtag Hensas shooting at Lekki Toll Gate, and precisely looking at the narratives on this. So, okay, I thought my screen was shareable earlier. So I just quickly talked about it. So, well, may I say from the outset that it's actually working, yeah. Okay, let me just say that for now that it's actually a working paper.
Okay.
Yes, and so many things are still left unfinished there.
Okay.
So, but that notwithstanding, yes, I will just want to share the idea there with you. So, okay.
Yes, go on, go on.
Yes, all right then. Okay. So I think it's shared now. All right.
Yes, it's soon.
So I just want to project the title so that we can all get the idea of what we're trying to say here. And well, from the angle of, and it's a paper by two of us, Dr. Oji and I. So yes, of course, we are all aware of what happened about the NSAS protests and so on. And there have been many papers written on the issue of protests across the world and different issues on different concepts and so on. But of course, the emphasis on this one is actually not just on the NSAS protest, but actually on the shooting itself. And we know, of course, we are aware of the different issues that came up from there as a result of the shooting at Lekki Toll Gate then. And I said in this particular paper that we are interested in this, especially because existing works have not adequately examined works relating to these. Okay, most of those ones that worked in the area of protests have worked on issues relating to Fall Fees Must Fall, Biafra protests, and so on, and many other ones that once carried out outside the country, outside Nigeria, and so on. So, of course, even in addition to us, we also have the case of fuel fees too. I said must fall there. So, but I will not bore you with all these ones that I have here. I just go straight to what we are trying to do here. And because of what we are trying to do, we decided to look at two newspapers. Okay, well, the emphasis, the area of data is actually from newspapers, and we have chosen two of them. We have the Punch newspaper and Leadership. Now, these two newspapers are from different parts of Nigeria, one from the northern part and the other from the southern. We just picked them that way. And of course, they are papers that are widely read, and that's one of the reasons, strong reason for actually picking them. And just like the last speaker too, critical discourse analysis is the theory that is chosen even to analyze this particular paper. And of course, we've selected our data from October 20 to December 2020. And of course, we know that the dailies then were really filled with comments and issues relating to these, especially covering the voices of different social actors across the country. And so that's it. We said we're using CDA. And yes, but the emphasis that we have here is that we observe that the NSAS protest discourse and the shooting at the Lekki toll gate in particular, in relation to the study, illustrates, of course, Van Dijk's ideological scare. What's that ideological scare saying? It's saying that whatever we're doing or whatever speech people make in different contexts will usually involve two polarizations, two groups. And that's a situation where a group stresses what is called the positive actions of the we in group, and then the negative actions of the they out group, which can also be further summarized as emphasize our good properties or our good actions, emphasize their bad properties or their actions, then we also mitigate our bad properties or actions and mitigate their good properties and actions. So that's exactly what we are looking at here. And of course, based on that, we have been able to identify from afar, like I said, it's a sort of working paper, that we have these two polarizations. First is the positive self-representation, and the second one is negative other representation. Then the question is, who are the us there? And the us is everyone, maybe the victims, the sympathizers of the victims of the shooting and so on. But then the negative other or the them are usually categorized as maybe the government and the men in uniform. So we observe the following, I mean, based on the Van Dyke's classification, that we will then look critically into the actor description. How are the actors actually described using the we versus them? Then what are the arguments in question? How are the arguments also relayed? How are the actual arguments made even in the report? Then what are the activity and the goal, and what about the goal description, the activity involved and the goal description, and of course the different discourse strategies, including condemnation and so on, where many people came out clearly upon the government of President Buhari to really say a lot about and to condemn his act regarding this. So well, if you look at example, like this one says, I mean, here we have, I just read this aspect and I close. It's because of that. So for now, so it's an action description. The actors who play central roles in the Lekki Tollgate shooting are differently described. Using mainly, we have the neutral or positive we in group description, highlighting our positive attributes and being silent about or minimizing that, and the other one. So this is now the example. It said, the short, peaceful people, they just shot us for nothing. Please record this. And the us there goes back to talk about the evil or the bad thing that they have done to us. Okay, so then many hospitals in the area were said to have been treating wounded protesters for free since the attack. Tragedy struck when security operatives made up of policemen and soldiers in a bid to disperse Ashla-Kensa protesters reportedly opened fire on the teeming youths at the Lekki Tollgate. Now, this one describes one of the action. What did they actually do? Like I said, it's a it's a paper in progress, and all of these things we're hoping to still tidy them up as we move on. And we hope to come up with a very good results regarding this later. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Osisanwo. You have made your presentation on the NSAS shooting at Lekki and the discourse surrounding it, employing Van Dyke's CDA in your analysis, and you indicated that it's a working paper, but you've already come out with some results, quoting some excerpts which indicate that the speakers, that is the protesters, are using we to present themselves in a positive light and portraying the government and the army in a negative light, them, us as in the positive and then them in the negative. And I think the principles are clear, and the application of CDA by Van Dyke and Fairclough and all that is very clear. People, one or two persons might have some contribution to make, possibly to assist you in fine-tuning the paper. Any person, if there is any, would you just raise your hand and ask the question? Anybody? Anybody? If there is none, we will still just go on to the third presentation, Febishola Bright. You were supposed to be the first presenter. Are you ready now? If Febishola Bright is ready, would you just unmute your device and speak? Febishola, are you ready? Are you with us? If Febishola is not ready, do we just ask if there is anybody that has a question on?
I'm ready.
Okay. All right, Febishola, if you are ready, let's see you start. Mention the title of your paper and do the presentation in 6 minutes. Will you be able to?
I'll try.
Okay.
I'll try.
All right.
My paper is a multimodal analysis of pictures related to the Chibok girls' abduction on Channels television.
Sorry, would you take it again?
Kabishola, please, you are using two gadgets. reduce the volume of the other one, maybe your phone or yes, reduce the volume to the dearest one.
Okay.
Okay. Now we can't hear. We won't hear
Is it okay now?
so you can go on.
Yes.
Yes, fine.
You said, what is the title again? Multimodal.
The title of the paper is Multimodal Analysis of Pictures Related to the Chibok Girls' Abduction on Channels Television. Right from the time that the Chibok girls have been abducted, it has continued to capture the attention of several media outlets. In fact, previous studies have examined the abduction from sociological and linguistic perspectives, but with little attention to multimodal interpretations inherent in pictures related to the abduction. Based on this, a multimodal analysis of pictures related to the Chibok girls' abduction on Channels Television were examined with a view to discovering the different interpretations inherent in them. Then it was the statement of research problem. The Chibok girls' abduction has received scholarly attention from sociological perspectives and from linguistic perspectives. And from these perspectives, little attention has been made to attempt a multimodal analysis of pictures related to the abduction on Channels Television outfits. This study therefore fills this gap by attempting a multimodal analysis of pictures related to the Chibok girls' abduction on Channels Television. The aim and objectives of the study is to identify the types of pictures used by Channels Television while reporting news on the abduction, examine from a multimodal perspectives the interpretations inherent in the selected pictures. And the selected theoretical framework for the study is Press and Van Leeuwen's multimodal theory, which is a theory that believes in a multiplicity of different modes of communication. Methodology. The data consists of 13 pictures that were purposively selected from Channels Television, and the pictures were selected from the news archives of Channels Television on YouTube. The selected pictures, they cover a period of 3 years. That is between May 10, 2014 to May 6, 2017. And the selected pictures are related to different events or news reports on the Chibok girls' abductions. Over 30 pictures that were related to the abduction, they were snapshots from Channels Television, and they were subjected, selected 13 pictures were subjected to a multimodal analysis. Now the data analysis and findings. The findings reveals that the categories of pictures used by Channels Television while reporting the abduction, they are emotive pictures, pictures of high-profile personalities, and informative pictures. Now, a discussion of the motive pictures. It was discovered that the motive pictures are the idea that the motive pictures, they were used by the television station to manipulate its viewers' emotions through a display of pictures that aroused emotions of grievances, fear, and empathy. They were also used to emphasize the plight of the abducted girls, their grieving parents, and other empathic individuals in the society. Then at the textual level, it was discovered that the motive pictures, they ignited the emotion of grievance in the audience over the government's inability to secure the safety of syndicates. Like some of the pictures here, it's unfortunate that I've not been able to share my screen, but in one of the pictures I used for my data, it presents a group of girls, a group of students. They were just coming in from a school that has just been attacked by Boko Haram. And at the additional level, the picture was used to make viewers see the negative effect of the attack on the school. And it also aroused a feeling of an emotion of pity in its audience, because it's saddening to see students that were coming out from their schools that has just been destroyed by the Boko Haram terrorists. Then another picture that was used, it presents a group of mothers that were wailing and appealing to the relevant authorities that the government should protect girls. These pictures, in summary, these pictures that were used by Channels Television, they were used to point out the flaws of the federal government, and they were used to gain the attention of other international bodies and other relevant organizations. and sensitize the audience that certain individuals in the country bear the negative effects of terrorism. Then the next category of picture used by channels television is the pictures of high-profile personalities. These pictures, they involve a display of pictures of personalities like Malala Yousafzai, Michelle Obama, David Cameron, and Ban Ki-moon. And from what I discovered from these pictures, it was discovered that these personalities, they exhibit their support for the global campaigns and protests done to advocate for the immediate release of the abducted girls. And some of these personalities, they were seen carrying placards whereby it contains the hashtag together with Bring Back Our Girls written on those placards. They use these pictures to show their support for the release of the girls and to criticize the abduction of the girls. And then the last category of pictures used by channels television is the informative pictures. And the informative pictures used by them, they were used to show viewers the Nigerian government's commitment to the release of all the abducted girls amidst several criticism, because most people believe that the government was not doing enough to ensure the immediate release of the girls. But in one of the pictures, it's shown back our girls campaign team, then a pro-Buhari group organization, then the president Muhammadu Buhari too, then just to show them that the president is not trying to infringe on their right to a peaceful protest. Then another picture that was displayed, it shows the picture of a president.
Can you please round off?
Okay, in conclusion, the channels television uses emotive pictures, then pictures of high-profile personalities and informative pictures to pass across different messages on the abduction to its viewers. For instance, the emotive pictures, they were used to apportion blame on the Boko Haram state and on the Nigerian government for its inability to secure the abducted girls' freedom. They were also used to arouse emotions of grievances, fear, and empathy in viewers, and emphasize the plight of the abducted girls, their parents, and empathic individuals in the society. While the pictures of high-profile personalities, they were used to indicate the flaws of the Nigerian government and gain the attention of relevant bodies that would assist in initiating the rest of abducted girls. Finally, the informative pictures, they were used to show the Nigerian government's commitment to the release of all the abducted girls and give a balanced report on the abduction. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh God. Yeah, okay. Don't worry. Hello, sir. It will take okay. It will take some time. Please, I continue to address from here.
Okay. Thank you for that presentation, which employed the multimodal, which did the multimodal analysis of the features of Chibok, discourse on Chibok girls from channels television concerning the Chibok girls. And in it, you try to interpret pictures, different pictures, some of them emotive, some informative, and some high-profile personality pictures. In doing that particular analysis and identifying what impact it has on the Chibok girls, and there are pictures that are collected. According to you, 13 pictures, emotive pictures, and some other pictures were collected. So I think we all have received we've listened to the presentation, and we can now take any questions from Febishola, the questions relating to Febishola's work, as well as that on IO's system, if there is any. And if there is also any on Seton's presentation, this thread, please, if anybody wants to ask a question, just identify which paper you are addressing and then ask a question. Please, we hope not to take more than one question for each presentation. Any person that wants to or has a question, if you do, please just indicate by raising your hand so that we see you. There is nobody. If there is none, please, we'll
go to another 3. No, 1. Okay, they say we have just 15 minutes to do this. Oh. Please, we can take only one more presentation for today. We are sorry that the others might have to make their presentation tomorrow. And that person will have to be David Olorunsogo, because we've written them in that particular order. David, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Good evening, sir.
Okay. There are people connected from here.
I'm with you, sir.
Okay. Don't worry. Just hold on, David.
Okay.
Hold on a while. We'll get to you. I'm trying to. They disconnect. Don't mind those guys. They know that. They do that we leave. Sorry, I'll collect my phone from them. We'll do it and we'll go.
Reduce the volume.
Let me see.
Reduce.
I don't think. Okay, we are able to continue. Are we? Okay. Okay, yeah. Let me unsing this question. I think that. This is David. Yeah. David, you are here. So.
Okay, sorry. I'll be sharing my screen through Precious's screen. So, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, fine.
We can. So you just go.
Okay, so the title of our paper is "We Are Essential Workers: Representation of Sex Workers During the Representation of Sex Workers and Identity Conflicts in Online Newspapers Reports of COVID-19 Lockdown in Nigeria." It's a paper jointly written by myself and Ibukunluwa Olufajo. So we all know that the first case of COVID was recorded on the 27th of February in 2020 in Nigeria, and ever since the first record, the government had to put in some measures, which includes closure of religious worship centers. Then you have partial lockdown, curfew, and other measures just to curb the thing. So all service providers, major service providers were affected, including sex workers. And sex workers are actually a group in the society, and they actually have the activities go on as usual, but they were also hampered as a result of the lockdown. Then let me just talk about the media. The media has a very important role in presenting information and shaping the mind of people cognitively to present matters and transmit information that change the mind of the people. So works on media reports in Nigeria have focused on people's attitude, ideological stances, discourse strategies, religious affiliation, protest, insurgency, and terrorism. But these works have not, none of these works have considered how sex workers are represented in newspapers, particularly with the advent of COVID-19. Then sex workers have been represented from various fields which are not linguistic, evidently, and they've been observed from the historical approach, socio-political approach, and they look at social organization, academic works, and from the religious basis. So let me just run. So the work will be adopting Van Dyke's socio-cognitive approach to critical discourse analysis, with emphasis on the 2006 and the schema for the ideological strategies of representing and labeling people, the us versus others, versus them polarization. For this study, a total of 30 news reports were gathered from 4 newspapers: the Punch, Nigerian Tribune, Daily Trust, and Vanguard newspapers, because these newspapers are national newspapers and they are widely read. So the reports that were gathered covered from March to June 2020, because that was the period of the lockdown in Nigeria. So this is actually a table for the findings, basically about three discussed issues. That's the adherence to the lockdown guidelines, constituents of essential workers, commitment to curbing the spread of the virus. Under the first discussed issues, we can see the labeling of the social workers. They're labeled as violators of the sex workers, rather. They're labeled as violators, labeled as victims, law abiders. Then under the constituents of essential workers, they're labeled as non-essential workers, and there's also the labeling for essential workers. Then under the third discourse issue, they are labeled as threats to society and labeled as ambassadors. So let me just take them in turn. Under the labeling as violators, the voice here, because basically there are about three marked voices in the report. We didn't consider the headlines, we just considered the body of the news reports. So we have the voice of the reporter, the sex workers, and the voice of the sex workers include individual sex workers and perhaps the association voice. Then there's a voice for the government, either the government representatives or any other person standing in that could link with the government. And the third voice is a reporter. That's the reporter, the writer of the news. So the voices can be direct or indirect. You see that as I go further in the slide. For these excerpts, which was recorded April 2018, the sex workers were labeled as violators, and under this representation, it is in negative order representations, and you can see some of the discourse strategies used, number game, lexicalization. Those are the highlighted words in the excerpt. Then for victims, the labeling as victims is actually the voice is the sex worker. So this is like positive self-representation. It is like us in this representation. So the voice is sex workers, and some of the discourse strategies use actor description, us, them, not polarization in this sense. The them used in this excerpt is also used by the sex workers to refer to other sex workers functioning under the association of the Nigerian Sex Workers Association. Then for the labeling as law abiders, the voice is also the sex workers, which is positive self-representation, and these are the strategies: authority, actor, description, self-verification, and the likes. Then for the representation as non-essential workers, the voice is government, direct and indirect, because the direct is by the government official, while the indirect is by the reporter, but being attributed to the government. That's the concept of direct and indirect voicing.
You have less than 2 minutes.
Okay, so let me just go to the end. So basically, for the framework of Van Dyke, there is this positioning, which is positive self-representation and negative self-representation. As can be seen in the study, we were able to see that sex workers represented themselves positively, while the government represented them as negatively, as though they are others. While voice is negotiated, direct or indirect, it was discovered that the reporters predominantly sided with the government by negatively representing the sex worker, and it shows that it also shows the power.
I see it.
Hello, David.
Hello, David.
Are you still there?
Okay, he's probably talking from someone. Yes, it's 5 minutes. Yeah. What happened? They can't hear you any longer. Are you using someone's screen or what's happened? Please unmute yourself.
He said he's using some other person's device.
No, I think it's networking. I can see that he's frozen. Well, I think David has handed off even that time. So you can take over.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we've listened to David Olorunsogo's paper, which is on the representation of sex workers and identity conflicts in online, in representation of commercial sex workers, particularly where he collected data from 4 Nigerian newspapers between March and June 2020. The basic findings, of course, he used Van Dyke's model theory to analyze them, where he identified the discourse issues as well as identity labeling. And the summary of his findings are that the sex workers represented themselves positively, that they were not a threat to the spread of, were not a threat to society in terms of the spread of COVID-19, while the government represented them negatively, as if their career could spread COVID-19. So we've listened to them. Do we have any 2 questions for them? A maximum of 2 questions, because we must leave here in the next 3 minutes. Do we have a way of identifying if there is any question on them? Please, is there anybody? If there is anybody, just unmute yourself and speak. Is there any? I assume there is none. And if there is none, I will just use this opportunity to thank those of us who have been able to present. We've had a few technical hitches, but tomorrow will certainly be better, because both on your side and on our side, we'll do things better. So for the other persons, we have about 4 persons: Orowa Atoma, Uwadegu Chinedozie, Eberechukwu Umezwe Nwale, and Adedayo Okoro. 4 of you we've not been able to take. We apologize that we were unable to take you because of time constraint, and as we are taking it in the evening, and the venue we are using has to be shut down. And so we just request that you present yourselves tomorrow. The specific time you are online, so we'll tell you when this online session will, this virtual session will take place, so that we'll continue from there and we'll take every person. Of course, there are a few persons that are also likely to join you. Once again, we thank you, and yeah, please let's listen to our technical.
So thank you for joining us. Your session is available on YouTube, and then that means your special.
Yeah.
Having said that, the information regarding when you present will pass across to you via the conference WhatsApp group. So just keep in touch, and then we'll try our best to make sure that we have a nice time, and then we are not denied the opportunity despite all the restrictions and challenges. So thank you for joining us today. It's our pleasure.
All right. So wishing you a good night rest, and we'll meet you tomorrow. Goodbye. Thank you.
No, Doctor, I know you are not forgotten. So
thank you, sir. Bye-bye, sir.
So please, when we announce the time, let's just make sure we are there. These people who are here, when they join tomorrow, we will take them, we'll give them that preference. If they are around when we start tomorrow, but if they are not, we will not wait. We will just take those who are available. So thank you. I think that makes it clear.
All right. Thank you.
So we'll now end the broadcast now. Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Thanks, Bros, for this excellent
Nah.